zählt plus, das ist die Route A, links innerorts. Da besichtigt unter anderem eben jetzt der Künstler Markus Böseshofer und Angelo Z. Die waren auch Ingolstadt. Das sind uns als Städtebürger. Ja, man muss da auch schon sagen, dass vor allem die Trainer vom Paraclimbing in Graz, alle von der Alex Kusti und der Marco Landwetter, da eine enorm coole Arbeit leisten. Die haben das Paraclimbing so vorangetrieben, super, dass wir die haben. Und ja, man sieht die Ergebnisse. Wir haben Weltmeister, Vize-Weltmeister, freut uns sehr.
Hello and welcome to Innsbruck for the finals of the paraclimbing competition. This is one of the standout events of the year, and as you can see from that temperature, things are baking hot in the stadium as always. My name is Matt Groove and I'm joined by Amy. Amy, how are you doing today?
Hi Matt, thanks for inviting me. I'm doing great.
Awesome. Well look, Amy, first of all, tell us about yourself, because you're a Swiss athlete. How did the competition go, and can you talk a little bit about your impairment?
Yes, it's the first competition for a lot of our athletes because we're a pretty young team now, and we have 4 finalists, so pretty good. I'm very happy for them. And my impairment is I'm missing my forearm, my left, and that means I would be climbing in AU2. But no finals for me, so I'm here with Matt and commenting it.
I'm very happy to have you. Well, look, you talked about categories. Let me just quickly go through the various categories we have. So we have B1, 2, and 3, and that is the visually impaired category. And 1 is the least severity of impairment, 3 is the most severity. RP category, neurological or physiological impairment. AU, amputee upper limb or a limb deficiency. And AL, amputee lower limb or a limb deficiency. And Amy, this is a complicated thing to get our head around here, but in terms of classification, describe a little bit about what on earth classification is.
Yeah, the classification is where the athletes have to send in their medical history, like X-rays, and then there are the classifiers that decide how in which category you climb. It's a pretty hard job to do, I think, but they try to do it as fairly as possible.
Yeah, it is a difficult job, and sometimes there's a bit of controversy as well because people get put into different categories, categories change, and also we sometimes combine categories as well so the athletes can climb. So that's the theory behind the classification. The athletes are out. Those are our finalists, and this was earlier on when they observed the routes, and there's too many people on stage for me to go through everyone's name, so
yeah,
we'll go through them individually in a minute. But Amy, talk to me about this part of the comp, because it's super important in order to read the route as per usual and see how to get to the top of it, where the rest points are going to be and things like that.
Yeah, that's super important because they see the routes for the first time, so they really have to visualize it because they only have 6 minutes to observe and then only 6 minutes to climb. So you have to be very quick with taking it in and yeah, try to figure out the moves from the ground because you have only one try.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, you have to look at the route, remember the route, and do the route, and it's a tough ask. And you can see various top ropes set up throughout the lead wall. That's because the athletes climb on a top rope, and it is a bit of a weird top rope system sometimes. It kind of crosses and there's 2 ropes going on.
Yes, it is.
Why is that?
because it's really overhanging, and some of the athletes cannot put the legs into the wall if they fall, or shouldn't fall too hard into the harness. That's why it's the double rope system. But sometimes when there are a lot of volumes, it can be so annoying because you have to put it away from your body, and then you get tired from putting it away. But yeah, it's safer.
Absolutely. Well, that's the theory. Anyway, we're looking at the RP category at the moment. These are the athletes who are going to be out first. We start with the RP category and we finish with the B category, so the visually impaired category. And these are the athletes who will be competing in a couple of moments. In front of a big crowd who have gathered. So there the athletes are being introduced to the crowd. They take their moment out there in the sun. And this whole stadium is going to be the focus of so much attention this week. We start with the para. We then have various... I'm trying to find my schedule.
Herzlich willkommen hier in Innsbruck im Kletterzentrum. Es ist wieder das Treiben, wie jedes Jahr hier im Rahmen des Kletterweltcups. Es sind viele Tage im Boulder-Weltcup mit Lead-Weltcup und heute mit dem Wettkampf der Paraclimber, der so faszinierend ist jedes Jahr aufs Neue, was diese Athletinnen und Athleten mit körperlicher Beeinträchtigung leisten. Das wird es heute hier zu sehen geben. Freut mich, dass Sie mit dabei sind. Ich hoffe, Sie sind auch in den kommenden Tagen mit dabei. Katha Sauerwein wäre heute unsere Expertin gewesen. Angegangenen Jahr noch, aber es hat die Stimme verlassen, deswegen kann sie nicht mitwirken. Aber Jan Heiko ist da, einer, der selbst im Weltcup tätig war und jetzt auch Gutenbauer ist, heute als Experte an der Seite auch von Norbert Berliner. Jan, stell dich mal kurz vor.
Ja, hallo, ich bin früher Weltcup geklettert, mittlerweile nationaler Routensetzer und hatte die Ehre, dieses Mal in Innsbruck das erste Mal bei den Parabewerb mitzubauen. Ich kann ein bisschen was von meiner Expertise weitergeben.
Wenn so viel im Routenbau drin ist, gibt es Unterschiede vom normalen Lead-Vorstieg von der Route eben zu den heutigen?
Ja, sehr große. Also man muss sich vorstellen, man hat ein Bein oder einen Arm weniger. Dementsprechend ist die Körperposition eine ganz andere. Die Griffe müssen größer bzw. anders ausgerichtet werden, damit die Leute mit einem Stumpf da auch noch einen guten Grip haben. Bei Beeinträchtigungen neurologischer Natur müssen die Tritte besonders groß sein, damit man die leichter trifft. Es gibt viel zu bedenken. Es ist in manchen Punkten fast sogar schwieriger als ein Lead-Weltcup.
Man hat auch immer die Athletinnen und Athleten beim Paraclimbing auf sich beobachtet. Das ist nicht faszinierend, was die leisten.
Ja, extrem. Also jedes Mal aufs Neue. Man versucht Rücksicht zu nehmen auf die einzelnen Beeinträchtigungen. Und dann kommen die Leute und machen Sachen und man denkt sich, wow, unglaublich.
Wir sind uns, glaube ich, sicher, dass das heute auch passieren wird, wieder dieser Wow-Effekt. Deswegen geht es gleich rein. Norbert Berliner und Jan Heiko kommentieren diesen Abend für Sie. Viel Spaß.
Enormous lead wall right at the middle of the stadium. It is spectacular.
And the routes aren't easy.
No, they're not. Up to 8 days, some of them as well. So it's a full range. Some are easier, some are up there with the 8 days. And goodness me, I'm going to climb it. So it's, well, I don't want it, but it's...
You don't want to?
Just the one. Not here, no goodness. That wall is far too hard for me. So yeah, that's the idea of the level that the athletes are climbing in. It's incredible. How much training are you doing? Because are you studying? Do you have a full-time job?
I have 80%
Ja, die kommen auch von unserer Seite. Fein, dass Jan Heiko jetzt den Weg zu mir heraufgefunden hat. Ja.
that 3 times
Wir
a
haben
week
gesehen,
only
diese imposante
during work
Wand, wo
time,
die
and
Routen,
then
an denen du
I try
mitgewirkt
to do as
hast,
much
geschaut sind.
in my free time. But I think it's for every athlete, but I think for paraclimbers especially, we have to really listen to our bodies. When it says stop, you have to take a break, and I had that before the season actually, and so I didn't train that much. Maybe that's why I'm not a finalist.
Can't be the reason. I just sabotage you so you come talk to me.
Okay, yeah.
And you're fairly new to this sport, aren't you? You describe yourself as a new.
That's true. I started competing last year. Switzerland didn't have the paraclimbing team until 2021. They started with me.
You were
I was the first paraclimber for Switzerland. Yes. The first few months I was totally alone.
Weil natürlich die Behinderungen, die
And then we
Behinderungsgrade
started
völlig unterschiedlich sind. Wir werden
and now we exploded with
jetzt
50
in der
people
ersten
now.
Tranche sozusagen, es wird das dritte, die RB-Klasse und die Ferngerätklasse. RB, das sind Athletenathletinnen, die neurologische und physiologische Einschränkungen haben. Und das sind ja dann
Yes, that's already next week. Time flies.
das ist klar.
And then after Milan, then there's the
Diejenige sieht nichts, aber bei diesen Einschränkungen
Yeah, we have a few masters, but the world tour is over for us.
zu gestalten. Ist eine Riesenherausforderung. Das werden wir leisten, wenn man für jede Kategorie eine eigene Route
Yeah, it's
baut.
crazy. I work with Bird, and we also have a tram that has the World Championship logo on it, and there are pictures of the athletes inside the tram. Yeah, it's so
ersten
crazy.
Serie
It's
werden
so
dann
cool.
sehr starke heimische Kletterinnen und Kletterer mit dabei sein, Kletterinnen, von denen man sich
In a couple of
vielleicht
weeks,
sogar
beginning of
Sieg
August, I think some fellow
erhoffen
saying it's 50 days away.
Ja, jetzt wird
Yes, yesterday.
Yes,
die Arena
I think yesterday.
geräumt, denn die Athletinnen und Athleten
You
hatten
better
jetzt
get
diese
trained.
Yeah,
sogenannte
I should.
Observationszeit, also
Alright,
die
well,
Zeit,
those
um
are the
sich die
medals
Routen einzubringen, ist genau noch
And
jetzt.
first up will be the
Genau,
men's
das ist vor allem sehr wichtig
one
bei den
category, starting with
Kategorien, weil
Alexander
da ja gar
Dolmetsch
nicht
from the USA and finishing with Los Poitiers from France.
die Trainerin, der Trainer, aber auch der Driver, das dann gleich vor Ort mit der Athletin und Athleten bespricht.
I think they're climbing at the
Da
same
wird es dann
time, possibly. We're going to
beim
discover this.
Einstieg dann auch zu keiner
We've
Misskommunikation.
got a massive amount of
unglaublich, was da geleistet wird.
Los geht's mit der ersten RB-Kategorie. Wir haben es kurz vorher angesprochen. Das ist die Einschränkung in neurologischer und physiologischer Hinsicht. RB1, RB2, RB3 Kids und die niedrigste Zahl ist die
Let's not give it away. Come and see that category climb.
Yeah, absolutely do it.
der RB1-Klasse starten. Die
Men's A,
die größten Einschränkungen.
And there we are having
Es geht dann
a
weiter
legend
zum
in the
Abend. Das
making,
sind, glaube
Brian,
ich,
Yes, Brian qualified in first place.
and he topped the hardest route of the event, I think.
So your money's on Brian.
Yeah, my money is on Brian there.
I expect sneaky bets. And then RP2, so RP category, neurological, physiological impairment, AU category, amputee upper limb deficiency, and Michael Sapir, again, qualifying in first place, probably the favourite for that category.
Yeah, he is. But watch out for Dominic, he's good too.
This is good because these tips are really good. AL, that is anti-lower limb deficiency. We mentioned it, Angelina Turner. Angelina, especially in front of this home crowd, is going to be exciting.
Yeah, also for Mark,
der Bedingungen hier in Innsbruck.
he's
Eigentlich perfekt zum Klettern, das jeder
so
ein bisschen sieht, aber das
consistent.
stört jetzt die
He's
Sportlerinnen.
always getting better. If you watch him last year and you watch him this year, there was a big jump up there. So it's so cool to see what time brings.
Well, the wind is rustling the trees, as you can see in the shot. There's a ski jump in the background, the beautiful mountains that surround the stadium.
Mit den Organisatoren gesprochen, ist ja gerade diese nicht so weniger, was das Klettern bringt, aber
And this is such a focal point for everybody. I tried to have a session this afternoon. Super buggy running on climbers.
Oh yeah. Oh no, I don't climb here because I'm scared.
Yeah,
Yeah.
genuinely terrified. So that's in the main Kletterzentrum gym, which is attached to the outside area of the stadium. And our commentary box is kind of where you're watching at home. So we're right at the very back, and where we are is the gym itself.
Yeah, we had to climb up the ladder, so we did our workout for today.
We did, that's true. A couple of us perched high. And this is route A, in the corner. Climbs gradually sloping rightwards, and then it starts to twist back left towards the top of the wall. So there's a bit low-tech holding, which is very interesting.
Das wird spektakulär werden. Das ist jeder Zug bläst die Muskulatur mehr auf.
Funny for the climbers.
Yeah, the first part there, that's the sun.
Einen guten
That's true, that's a different route. That's what it's
This one is fully.
Es werden dann zwei Klassen sozusagen
has been a problem
Klettern,
before.
denn wir haben am Kopf 17 entscheidende
last year. There's a lot of athletes fought super early in the game.
Yeah, that's true. It's getting slippery.
Absolutely. So, well, I think Alexander Bronze is first to start going.
Gets the first finals, and he's really struggled to get here because Team USA is really well founded. Daniel's first finals as well. He had so many ups and downs. So good.
There is Daniel. So we'll have two athletes climbing at the same time. So flicker attempt between Daniel RP2 category and Alexander R1 category. And of course, as I said at the beginning,
der US-Amerikaner Alexander Dornbusch sieht sich jetzt noch
Yeah, you see Alexander doing
Crux auch zur Erklärung.
getting in his shoes.
Vorschläge mit den klassischen Vorschlägen. 6 Minuten hat der Athlet die Zeit möglichst
repeat
weit
the
nach
route
oben
in
zu
his mind and
klettern.
with his hands, with the movements. So you see
natürlich kein Vorschlag,
climbers
sondern
get
Top-Rower, die
really
Athleten.
concentrated for the routes, and they
Die
will
zwei Seile sind im Übrigen deswegen da, weil die Seile da eine
the
gewisse
repeat
Dehnung
within the
haben. Die
head.
Athleten,
So
die
Daniel is on the
fallen,
wall,
dann würden sie den Boden
being strong.
berühren. Deswegen das zweite Seil, das auf wenigen Metern eingehängt ist. Die sicherer wechseln
Yeah,
sich
those
dann im
holes
Verlauf der Route ab.
look warm,
Das erste
so
Seil wird dann
hopefully
quasi
you will keep it
dann
together.
verhindert dann nicht mehr den Sturz, sondern nur noch den Pendel.
Daniel Wiener, der zieht da ordentlich auf. Die Finalroute, der hat einen guten Beginn.
Die erste Sektion schon hinter sich. Kommt jetzt zum roten Abschnitt mit dem ersten schweren Zug, der Kreuzzug um die Kante.
okay, so Daniel is underway. Sorry, we're just having a few technical issues there. That's why I just disappeared for a while. But Daniel is up on the wall. Big boost up.
Yeah, that's
Dann
strong.
wird das Ganze recht dreidimensional.
That
Aber wie er
one,
sich da über den
reaching the arms
aber schön
backwards,
aufhockt
wrapping them
und
around.
sich um dieses große rote Volumen rumbewegen kann.
Das ist jetzt immer die Schwierigkeit und die Vorstiegsrouten, der Vorstiegsstil. Ich sage immer Vorstieg dazu, weil es halt die Vorstiegswand ist,
Just to move from the sun into
hat sich schon sehr geändert in den letzten
That
Jahren.
can be difficult to adjust
Hilfe werden
because
immer
the
größer und
line is
spektakulärer.
so important when you
Auch
climb.
Anleiter.
Yeah, it's true. It must be. I mean, it's worse on screen. It's very contrasted. It's not quite that dark in real life. But yeah, you're right. It can take an adjustment. Not in that patch of sunlight to shadow.
Yeah,
Jetzt nicht aus Inkommen, sondern aus Oberösterreich.
First finals. Meanwhile, on the right, Daniel far up on the route, resting, wrapping his arm around.
those volumes look
Die
good to
wirklich jetzt
rest.
in den stärken, am
He did
stärksten
really good.
hängenden Teil der Wand.
Yeah, if you can wrap like that, and it's one of those things where you're
Ist
like,
dann so richtig
definitely kind of pushes you away from
Yeah, but I like to sit on
Da
monitor.
darf man sich keine Fehler erlauben, weil es jeder Zug, den vor und zurück macht,
I do that a lot.
Daniel ist leider weggerutscht.
sitting on the
Der
body.
sieht dann den
He's got
Wiener.
his head in his
Das
hands.
war fast ein bisschen eine Unachtsamkeit. Da ist ihm eigentlich gar nicht gedacht.
Halfway.
da war er zu schnell.
Yeah, that was a good effort.
Etwas verfehlt.
Alexander, in the same moment, almost falls backwards.
Da ist es
His
auch
first final.
Yeah, but he's so happy, and
Kissing device on stage, losing that hand. Everything's absolutely great. That man is loving life. He's enjoying being playing.
Yeah, he's always so positive. I love talking to him because he loves climbing. He loves moving. Of course.
First two climbers are again. Next few
Alexander Dornbusch,
Sebastian Depke will arrive on stage as well. Philip Prosthetic in Germany, so the teammates climbing on different routes.
aber beeindruckend.
So Sebastian will be joining you later.
He should be, yes. It hasn't really been communicated how he's going to get there. He's going to make his way from behind all the way up to the front at some point. But you're going to do at least half of this competition.
That's great.
You can't come straight. There is Sebastian entering the stage.
He was so nice. He texted me to get a bit prepped before coming to you because it's my first time.
Okay. Nächsten Wiener Starter, das ist Sebastian Depke aus Deutschland.
So Sebastian makes his way
Und
over to the left, and that is Philip from Germany, his teammate.
Route ist ein deutscher Kletterer zugange, Philipp Roschek.
Sebastian meanwhile straight over.
Wie gesagt, es sind zwei verschiedenen Kategorien.
Sebastian ready to go. He was a bit surprised to have made finals, and that's his words, not mine. And Sebastian,
Sehr engagiert ist.
yeah, I think he's had a few things. He wasn't really training, so much wasn't expected to come through and found something special about him. So that's good to have him in the final.
He's in finals.
Well, he's underway. Starts to make his way upwards to the opening. Good holds, just easing the athletes in.
And he's so controlled, it's so nice to watch.
There on the right, Philip is underway as well, goes up to the pinches. Gets going towards the red volumes where we know there's a fairly good rest available. Sebastian, look how quick he's gone, straight up into the shade.
He's moving so quickly. But Philip too.
Philipp, das ist natürlich auch ein Kriterium. Philipp ist jetzt derzeit
Motoring through that room into the jugs, reaches through firstly a really hard move.
Yeah, those holds look.
Mögen die Kletterer, Kletterinnen nicht so sehr.
They look very nice, but I don't think they are too nice to hold, especially when it's so hot.
Yeah, that's a good point. Big slopers. Sebastian is into the shade, just hanging on a jug, pops the right hand up. Taking a moment to rest. Not the best of feet though.
Also verschnitten für diejenigen, die nicht so sehr beim Klettern mit dabei sind, heißt da hat man hinten auch die Möglichkeit, sich zu halten. Ansonsten muss man halt mit dem
on the right, squatting down on that volume, milking it. He's on. We saw Daniel wrap his arm around the left volume to rest. Philip decided to use the Crux.
Yes, that's everyone's preference, I think. What you like to hold on to. Ooh, that was close to his lip on the foot.
Yeah, big foot pop there on the left. Philip held on. And Sebastian goes on the left of your screen, falls from the corner. Sebastian's gone.
But I think he's very happy.
Absolutely, yeah. To climb another route, that's what it's all about, really. A chance to pick yourself against the wall. Look at this, Philip.
Yeah, Philip is going strong.
And he's on to probably the steepest part of the pool right there.
And those holds are dual clips, so you really have to be careful where you hold them. And it looks so strong.
ist aber nicht so überraschend, weil es wird gestartet in der umgekehrten Reihenfolge.
Twists around into the jugs. He's almost on the headboard there.
Yeah, that's getting close to the headboard.
And he's looking for a cheeky knee bar, which I don't think he's got. His arm is kind of in the way. He's going to try to use that to lever himself up. He can't make it work. Yeah, I'm not sure if he did the knee bar because he needed the knee bar to do the move, or whether he was looking for a rest.
Maybe, yeah. but the route
Philipp Olczek setzt sich damit in Führung, 42 Züge, das sind
Which
7
would,
Züge
would you be
mehr als
climbing
Daniel Lieder.
if you made it up?
Das war
It's just Let's watch again.
I would be climbing.
Das ist mehr als nur aller
Okay, it's not far right hand. You see that later. Well, that was Philip's fall. Tried to get the knee bar in, couldn't make it work, and then Sebastian spent a while on that rest down low.
Now we cannot see the holes very good of this here.
hat die Führung übernommen.
Fairly good, but it's just awkward. Look how his foot has to be around the side.
Damit 30
Too much body tension. Sebastian finishes.
Kein
Problem.
First couple of athletes have
Es war
climbed out.
leicht auseinandergesetzt und das schwer
So,
zu treffen
Tim is
gewesen.
already in the
Wieder
wall.
zuerst das obere, dann das untere Volumen verrührt, aber leider nicht die Mitte.
Und
Oh,
denkt
he's
die Buswertung
already
erklärt,
out.
das heißt, er hat schon den Zug in Richtung nächsten Griff eingeleitet. Dann gibt es
Genau.
eine Buswertung dazu.
Also in seinem Fall ist der blaue Griff gewertet worden, weil er in Richtung gelbes Volumen unterwegs war, das aber nicht gehalten hat, deswegen der Griff darunter.
Wir haben links zuerst gesehen Team Schaffriner auf der RB1-Route und wir sehen Butler Brain aus den USA auf der RB2-Route. Was da so ganz eng aneinander liegt.
Close to the point where Sebastian was.
Yeah,
right?
he's right up into the corner now.
And Braden is moving fast.
Yeah, he's moving very fast, crimping down, bears it down. Yeah, Brandon, yeah, he's onto the slow. Oh, makes a
Ooh,
dynamic move up.
nice.
Had to really snatch the right arm up for that.
That looked super strong.
Yeah, good work from Braden. Again, hits the mark. And we lose Tim. I think it might have been the same section Sebastian fell in as well.
Yeah, I think a bit more. Not on the same spot. I think Sebastian was a bit higher.
Yeah, because coming into that wall where the arete starts to play a part. And now look at Braden making his way through the pinches powerfully and out to the right.
And super flexible.
Yeah, super flexible from him. And now he's finding a moment to rest.
No, he's not resting. Ah, yeah, he is. That's great. But he is super quick.
All right, if you're just joining us and you experience the technical difficulties with the sound, apologies about that. There are only a few athletes into our finals here in Innsbruck. Paraclimbing finals. My name is Matt Groom. I'm joined by Amy in the commentary box. So Amy, for one more, for people who didn't hear you, Swiss athlete.
Swiss team. I'm in AU2. That's the category where we are missing the forearm either side, and I'm climbing my second season this year.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for joining me in the commentary box. We're watching Braden fighting his way up towards the head wall. Nearly slipped there. Had to do a huge move and couldn't make it work. So Braden ends his comp as he slowly gets lowered through the sunlight back to the ground to join us
He's a
in the
bit
stadium.
disappointed, but I think he was very strong.
He was very strong. Another one enjoying it out there. Oh, look at this fight. So he had to make the big move
Yeah.
that Philip put the knee bar in on.
Yeah, he tried to do it dynamically.
So we're watching Tim from earlier on. Couldn't make the move, had the right foot on. That's the next hand movement that got him.
So the next athletes are in the wall.
Yeah, so we have Sunny Yang from the USA.
And the name fits, he's always smiling.
Sunny is getting going, and on the right from Spain, Ivan Escola. Doesn't waste any time, straight on the wall. So 2 athletes are off. Ivan part of the RP category, RP and RP2 specifically, RP standing for neurological or physiological impairment. both sets of athletes, one being the least severe, 3 being the most severe, but least and most is kind of a silly way of describing it, because it's still an impairment and it's still very, very difficult for everyone. It's just a way of classifying people's impairments.
Yeah, I mean, I think they classify it in how many limbs are impaired or where you have difficulties. So, I mean, if you have 1 or 2, it's RP. And if there's only 1, you're RP3. If you have 4, it's RP2 or RP1, and if you have 2, it's RP2, I think. But it's the classification rules are so hard to understand because they change, and there is a gray line.
A grey area,
Yeah.
absolutely. All right, well, Sunny Yang is in the shade on the left. And look at the wraparound. That's your kind of a move.
That's what I told you. That's a good one to sit on.
So Amy loves sitting on volumes if you're new to this conversation. And we're now watching Ivan kind of sit on a volume for a second, but then he gets the right hand up to the pinch and starts to get stood up again. And Sunny Yang is struggling with this undercling move. Really powerful. And he falls.
Yeah, that's the point in the route where everyone was struggling until now. So that must be really hard to hold on to.
Right, so Sunny Yang goes. And then on the right, Ivan is still underway. He gets climbing.
He didn't take a break, or not a real break until now. He's going fast.
And that's the scoreboard on the left. So you can see who's winning, which is good.
So Philip and Braden fell in the same spot.
Yeah, so those two are pretty much identical, so it will be down to count back. But look at Ivan climbing towards their position. Powerful, but we know that this move is the Crux move.
Yeah, that's a hard one.
He's aiming for the green holds on the volume, gets a high foot, gets the knee that Daniel was trying to get, and this is where Daniel
Philip
fell. But Ivan reaches through.
Yeah, but how did he do that?
Seemed to lock that knee and get a bit of extra height on it, and now he's into the big sloper, out to the right hand crimp, and he whacks up a big heel. But pops the heel.
Nearly in the top section.
Yeah, nearly on the head wall.
Yeah.
I think we see a replay of it. It was his heel that went, but he did the Crux move, and he moves easily into the victory. And that is the problem with double top ropes.
See the double. Yeah.
That is the nightmare with them. Oh, look, it was the heels. He was rocking up on that heel. It fired. Ivan goes down, and this was Sunny Yang's fault. He had the undercling, but you've got to stand up, pull on that undercling, and he just slides out of it eventually. Tricky stuff from him. Right, from Japan, Takua Okada is underway. There he is on the left. And then we should have Manikandan Kumar from Indonesia climbing on the wall on the right. And there is Takura quickly up into the shade. I keep forgetting that the shade will move. I keep thinking that's like the benchmark point, but then of course it's going to change, isn't it?
But it's getting...
So working his feet over, standing on the right, blobs. Crosses all the way through into a bad crimp. You could see that on the camera angle. Maybe, upgrades the right hand, which makes that move easier.
Look so good.
And it's hard on the feet here. It's hard to spot. And it's almost bridging between them, like stemming. Up towards the jug. And now this is the undercling that's shut down so many people.
Let's look what he's doing there.
Gets his left leg out. And there is Manikandan underway on the right. He's got to go a long way towards the high point though, so we'll have to see. We'll check back with him in a second. Takura cutting loose a little bit. Now got the right foot on, but it's kind of blind around the corner, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's a good foothold, so Oh yeah, look, he got the volume. He got the edge of the volume.
Yeah, into
That's
the volume.
the high point, I think.
I think it is. Matches. And Manikandan shakes out on the right. Powerful climbing from him, swinging through. And you can see how overhanging that is. He makes the big move up.
That's powerful.
Doesn't stop long though, he campuses. We know there's a potential rest, but making big moves.
He started with the hug and then he changed it up.
So I think I said he was from Indonesia. India, I do apologise. So Manikandan from India is resting now on the jugs, wraps his left arm around.
But that was a quick break there.
Yeah, he hasn't really stopped climbing yet. He's just full on, going.
Just chalking up.
And Okada is also making good progress. He's got through that tricky undercling move. We think he's on the high point.
Yeah, pretty sure he is.
Manikandan making his way through.
And now comes the crimpy section for Okada. That part looks pretty hard for someone that is not that tall.
Yeah, he's fully sitting on the volume. There we go, it's an Amy move.
He's taking a break there.
I'm going to call out the
it
Amy.
doesn't look good.
It was a briefest of breaks. It was a hover break. So he does the Amy. Oh, now that's an interesting... So he's pushed his right side into the big volume. And that's a great position to rest.
Yes, it looks like it.
Oh, we lose. Takua on the left.
But with a new high point.
Yeah, we think he's up there in the lead. Good work from him. Team Japan always strong and brought a fairly big team here as well.
Yeah, and there where he fell, it gets pretty steep.
And Manikandan goes before the high point. So we'll have to wait and see confirmation of the scores. We know he hasn't got a gold medal.
He had 2 silver medals, am I right?
Yeah, we'll check the stats on that one in a sec.
I'm sorry.
No, I just don't have... we have so many athletes climbing here this evening. Trying to have all the stats at the tip of my fingers, but as if by magic, yes. So Vila 2022, bronze medal, and he got a silver in Salt Lake in 2022 as well. So yeah, he's no stranger to the podium.
Yeah, he's climbing since 2012 or something, or 16?
Yeah, for a long, long time. Did
12.
win in Sheffield 2016. Yeah, he's been climbing since 2012.
That's amazing.
Pretty cool, him. Benjamin May, 4th, comes out from the USA.
He's a legend too. Do you watch his Instagrams?
Yes, I do follow him on Instagram, yeah. And what was he asking there with the thumb?
I don't know.
I don't know, I maybe wanted the music up.
Maybe.
Gesturing to the DJ. Alois Spotier from France.
First time here, I think.
So his first time on this Innsbruck stage, and it's a very intimidating place to climb, or it can be. You either enjoy the atmosphere of the big stadium or it scares you. It's one of the two.
It's my favorite competition wall.
Why do you like it so much?
Yeah, you have the mountains around it. It's like you can take a deep breath and calm down. So I wasn't that nervous this year because it's so nice here.
Excellent. Well, Benjamin crosses through and under, making quick work of this middle section, but there's a bit of a dynamic jump coming up and he's good at these. Pops up. Look at that power from him. And meanwhile on the left, Alias is slow and steadily working his way towards the corner and the shade.
Aber der hat ja dann richtig Logo
fully in the sun.
Einhändig.
Und wie der da raufzieht, das ist ja unfassbar. Damit ist auch keine Uhr eingeblendet, aber so schnell ist niemand.
Aber er ist anscheinend so gut drauf.
Up towards the corner, sticks a right foot out sideways, and now he rests in a fairly strange position to shake out.
Yeah, that is.
Look how fast he's climbing. Now we know there's a bit of a rest here, Amy, by pushing your body into the wall. But I don't think he's seen it or needs it, perhaps.
He's not resting at all.
Meanwhile, on the left, Alios is reaching towards the big undercling.
And Ben is so quick up there.
So strong. He's campusing through this, but that high foot decision. This man has got arms for days, but now this is a big move. He's got to try to. But he bumps, so it means he's got to match underneath or match the hold. Still just hanging.
Yes, that's very hard when you cannot put your feet on something or give enough pressure on the feet. But he's so strong. That's so crazy.
That was a real performance from him. Didn't need his feet. All right, so Benjamin goes, but he climbed so quick he was almost at the top of the wall. Alios a little slower on the left.
But he's on second at the moment.
Yeah, doing well. And there is the scores. So yeah, second place, 27. The score is related to the climbing holds. Big drop knee as he twists it down.
Yeah, he's looking good.
Another big drop knee, huge drop knees from that man. And I think he was standing on a bolt cover there briefly, which has no texture on it at all.
Yeah, they are so slippery.
Super slippy. I think he might have just brushed against it. You can do that if it's covered. Right foot out. Reaches up again.
And
into first position.
Point. That's great.
And our final athlete out from this category, I think. Unless I've made that up. No, yes, last athlete out for the category. So this is the gold medal winning run we're watching here.
Awesome. So he can do whatever he wants and he will have gold. It's awesome.
Yeah, he doesn't know that, of course. So for him, he's just got to keep going.
Yeah, I would love to see a top.
Me too. Well, we're close to it.
Yeah.
So maybe 10 meters-ish to go. The head wall's just above us, above him. Reaches around to the crimp, fingers digging in. He's got to do another big drop knee to get into this dish. You can see how shady that part of the wall is on the camera. He'll be enjoying that. And he's just framed in the light there. Disappears from our view. There we are.
Hands in the head wall. Let's go.
Yeah, he's there. Well, his hands are there. Tries to match around. Digs in another crimp. Oh, but he's fallen. Caught himself on the jug. I'm not sure he can save this.
But yeah, that's a gold medal. Congratulations. Awesome performance.
He refused to let go, didn't he?
Yes.
Absolutely refused. Well, awesome, Valius. He takes victory.
Yeah, that's amazing. That route looks pretty hard there in the overhang part.
Look at this second catch. Look at that catch, was so impressive. And then look, he's still trying to find something.
Tried to hold on to it.
Oh, this is Benjamin from earlier, who never stops, never breathed, it seemed, just powered his way upwards. 2 hands on the jug.
Their decision is already.
Yeah, so that's it for that category. So men's RP2 and men's RP1 is done and dusted. But we have a few more categories coming. But that's the confirmation of the results. Alias Potier takes victory. Takua Okada, second place with 33. And Sebastian Depke, who will be joining me in a minute, has a medal. I wonder if he knows.
Yeah, you can celebrate with him.
This has happened before, you know. It's happened to the World Champs. He got a medal then as well.
That's
and it was
great.
Yeah, it's clearly good luck. Ivan Monoz takes victory, followed by Benjamin Mayforth and Braden Butler from the USA. So USA with a 2-3 on men's RP2. So one category done. I'm not entirely sure who's next, Amy. Have you got any idea who's next?
Is women's RP2, I think.
Yes.
No, RP1, right?
RP1, yeah, okay, I've got it. Women's RP1.
Yeah, women's RP1.
And then I think men's AU2.
Men's AU2, that's my category.
Okay, right, so... well, not women's RP. AU. I think we've got men's AU2
men's
first.
AU2
and then,
yeah. I mean, they are still my category.
That's true, yeah. Well, we were just watching some highlights of what we've seen before. Big moves.
But... yeah, women's RP1. No Swiss team member there.
I did tell Amy to be as biased as she wants towards Team Switzerland. So if you hear non-neutral commentary coming, it's because of her. I will stay neutral.
Yeah, I should be. I'm Swiss, but I'm sorry, I cannot help. I'm so excited they made it.
You are totally allowed to. It'd be a crime if you didn't. Okay, so next round, women's RP1 is up. Marta, Eva, Melissa, and Pavitra.
And
will
that
climb.
are all 4 legends. I mean, those are names you know when you watch paraclimbing.
Absolutely, they symbolise it truly. AU2, Sebastian, Isaac, Kevin, and Brian. That is our 4 climbers competing in that category. So the athletes are getting ready behind the wall in the isolation area and the holding area. There they are for the first time. The women are out. Marta Pesch makes her way towards the left, and then from GB, Sebastian Mousson. So tell me about your category then. So AU, so we're talking amputee upper limb or limb deficiency. So as you said, half of your arm is missing.
Yes, AU2 still has an elbow joint, but no wrist. So you can have like only the elbow, like me, or you can have your arm to the wrist, but you don't have a wrist.
Los geht's.
So it's so different. Everyone has a different stump, and sometimes it's better to have a shorter one. Sometimes it's better to have a longer one. It's so interesting to see the betas that are coming from this.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And we can see with Sebastian there on your screen, he'll reach up with the left arm at the moment. He's taped his stump. I don't know,
No,
he hasn't
he
taped his
hasn't
stump.
taped
All right, so
it.
because a lot of athletes tape the stump because of the abrasion.
Yeah, it really hurts.
Well, he's got clearly tough skin out there.
I hope so, because it really hurts if you don't have that.
So we've got plasters in the commentary box. We
But
can,
the
we can bring
men are a bit harder, I think. Most of the women are taping it, not all of them, but a lot of men don't tape it, as I saw it.
So just trying to get some extra friction in. As you said, it's a decision against pain often, where he crosses under with the right hand. And keep an eye on Marta as well. She is into the shade, nearing the arete, which is up to the crimp and the sloper.
Sehr gut.
Starke Leistung.
Looking strong there.
Jetzt kommen die Kompressionszüge, das heißt, man klettert auf Gegendruck, also beide Hände ziehen nach innen.
Up towards the red volume. Just trying to see it.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's...
Well, that's the problem with a dyno, isn't it? Because you're basically one arm dynoing.
Yeah, and you're hanging on your shoulder. I don't like dinos, but it's the... We will get there. We will have to adapt, because route setting is getting harder and it's getting more modern style. So I think I have to train dinos, because we see they will come in the routes.
They are coming indeed. Marta falls. Yeah, you're right. And route setters are becoming more creative with how they set paraclimbing routes as well.
That's true.
And really, I mean, in Salt Lake we saw a dyno, like a fairly big dyno. I can't remember which route it was, but there was one in there. And it's something that we're seeing more of and is really pushing, not just the dynos, but the whole style. It's pushing the paraclimbing.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's so... Salt Lake was very, very technical, and it's so cool that the route setters are getting creative and pushing us as climbers, because yeah, if you have always the same style of route, you don't get further. And I mean, we want to be Paralympics, so we have to do harder stuff.
Absolutely, yeah. Got to be pushed.
He's
Isaac.
so tall.
Yeah, very tall. I'm looking here. I'm trying to see if he's got his height in the IFSC stat page. I'll have a little look.
And Eva.
Yeah, Ava. Well, if you follow her on Instagram, you'll see she's also competes in paraclimbing, rowing,
Yeah.
and I think another sport as well. She skis.
I think she does monoski, but I'm not sure. I don't want to hang her out of the window here. But she's doing para rowing, and I think she she's going to a para rowing competition now. So she's on the road a lot at the moment.
Absolutely multi-talented. I haven't got the height of Isaac, by the way. It's not in the stat table, so I can't tell you. But we'll just say very tall. Right, so Eva Mole is underway. And, Amy, this is one of those things. Eva comes on stage in a wheelchair, but she doesn't need it to climb. But it's not always, about that. It's getting around in daily life is just sometimes easier in a wheelchair, less energy burning, more efficient, and also easier on her body as well.
Yes, that's true. I mean, there is the possibility. I can just tell from my teammate Angela, who's also in RP1. She's an incomplete paraplegic, and she cannot walk, or she cannot walk without aids. She can hold on to me and we walk together, but she has no feelings in her feet. But she comes also in a wheelchair, and she can use her legs in climbing. So people are like, oh, why do you need a wheelchair? And it's just, her spine is broken.
Simple answer, really.
Yeah.
Well, look at this heel hook from Isaac.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, gets that in, but he's got to do a big bump to the jug, hits the jib on top of the jug, and Eva rests and shakes out over on the left.
I missed the movement to the round hold there.
Yeah, it's kind of a pop-up, and now he's into the pinches, right thumb engaged. Brings his stump through, which is taped up. That's the difference.
Mm-hmm. But some athletes say they don't feel enough when they are taped up, and they don't have the same grip, which is true.
Yeah, it's just balancing it, isn't it? Against, like, how long do you destroy your skin? Do you tape it? I mean, it's the constant battle. Every climber knows this skin. Just say skin, we all get it. Eva, look at the power from her. She's... Oh, as I say that, she falls. And don't worry, that collapse she has there is normal for Eva. It's just everything is gone at that point.
Yes. I was super scared the first time I saw her.
Me too, yeah.
But, yeah, it's her style of falling, and she's fine.
Yeah, she'll be in the chair smiling very soon, trust me on that one. Right, Isaac is in first position as we look on the scoreboard. Easily in first position as well. Cruising ahead.
He went far.
Yeah, he's way up there, cruising ahead of Sebastian. And now
and he uses the
left foot out.
Yeah, left foot up.
Trying to do a knee bar to cross under. And then reaches up into the dish. Good footwork.
Wow, that's amazing.
Trying to shake the arms out, now looks for the crimp. And this is a tricky move. He wanted to go with the right, had to...
First, yeah.
Just slightly out of sequence, potentially, on that move. But it was hard to bring that right hand under into an undercling, and then you have to twist your body.
If you have to go down there, and it's not flat, it's overhanging, so the body positioning is so important.
So a fall from him, and this was Eva powering her way upwards. And
yeah, super strong, but those crimps.
Those crimps, exactly. All right, so Eva has left the stage, and on the right, Kevin Batek, who comes on, who could potentially win a gold medal here. One of the favourites, and Melissa Ruiz is on the left. So Kevin comes, and somewhere Sebastian, I know, he's going to be screaming at the top of his lungs. So he's somewhere. We haven't had any Team Switzerland come up, have we?
No, there will be in RP2.
Okay, so next category.
I think.
Great.
And in AU 3 men.
There we go. So that's the bias coming soon towards your screens. Melissa Ruiz on the left. Reaches up high, and that shadow has crept up a little bit, so exposing a bit more of the route to the sun.
So maybe we see a bit more of this route.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Our cameras need some light. And Kevin, slow work through the bottom, making sure of the feet, crossing through, trying to work out how to make this match, and deciding against it, bumps the left hand over, and then matches on the second. You can just see his core working to keep him pressed in.
Yes.
And then Melissa rests on the jug with the left hand.
Melissa won her first gold medal in Salt Lake City. Did you?
Home crowd.
Yeah.
Pretty cool, though. Yeah, she was absolutely over the moon when she won that.
Yeah, she was so happy. Still is.
Still is. Is she carrying it around with her? Just sort of
No, but
I would definitely do that.
She's so excited that she won. And it was amazing to watch.
It was amazing to watch. Huge atmosphere in that Salt Lake. And do go and watch that. It's free to watch on YouTube if you haven't seen it. In the Salt Lake City Paraclimbing Comp. Here myself and James Rudge, who I know is listening. Because he told me back at home. So James, thank you for commentating. And hopefully see you soon.
Yeah, hopefully he's not here.
No, he's not here at this one. All right, Kevin is on a tricky foot sequence and he's trying to get his body engaged. Now he does. Gets the right foot and he's kind of standing on the rope. He's got to be a bit careful of that. Not through danger, but just because it's going to stop him moving. And he does look down at it. He's aware that it's there. And I don't think it should be a problem when he steps up towards the next move.
Yeah,
there we go.
now
Pops out of the way.
He's lost it.
But look at Melissa on the left, wrestling with the crack-like feature. Shakes out the left hand. And Kevin in a pretty relaxed position. He's got his back pushed against the red volume as well. Back heels up.
Very good footwork there.
But this is where we saw Isaac fall. And he's done it differently, so he's going to get the left under, which is the better way to do it. Isaac tried to bring...
Isaac is missing the left arm and not the right, so that's always different. So root setting is especially hard because you cannot favor one side or the other. Yeah,
it's a really good point. I'm glad you said that because, yeah, it does make such a difference to that sequence, doesn't it? And yeah, you're right, setting. How on earth do you set when someone is missing an arm on one side and not on the other in the same category? It's super difficult. But look at Melissa power there as she grabs up into the first of the blue jugs before things start to get a bit smaller on the crimps. Oh, Kevin Bartek reaches up, gets a heel locked in.
Looks super
anzuwischen. Er entscheidet sich eben auch, ihn mit links zu nehmen.
Stark.
Reißt dazu. Und jetzt geht's um alles. Jetzt kommt die Leistenpassage. Jetzt muss schnell und zügig gekettet werden.
Gets it the second time.
It's the hardest thing for her to put the feet on the wall.
Jetzt ist es vorbei.
So strong at campusing.
Kevin still goes.
Nearing the front.
And far out in front he is as well. Looking at bet 37 plus.
Yeah, I want to see it too. Come on, Kevin.
Oh, when he falls the right.
But that was amazing.
Yeah, 48. With only one athlete to go, Kevin Bartek has made a strong statement with that one. He's guaranteed silver.
That's guaranteed silver. So only one who can beat him here. That's Brian.
He's fall. Burn a bit of it, trying to get the right foot on. Eventually, took its toll. Okay, on the left, Pavitra van de Hoven from Belgium will climb, and you're about to see something pretty special here. I think we're both excited about this moment.
Yeah, it's so hard. Two legends on one wall. I don't know where to watch.
We'll watch both legends, it's fine. Well, legend number 1 is her, and that is legend number 2, Brian Zazulia from the USA. He was also over the moon when he climbed in the USA.
Yeah, he topped all 3 routes. And I mean, he's missing one half arm, and I saw a lot of people not topping the routes he does. So it's with 2 arms. And he's super strong, and he has a long time to go and a long way to go.
Okay, one of the younger athletes here. And he's just waiting to get underway. And there is Pavitra. All right, well, this is what she has to do. She compasses her way through these routes.
And everyone is speechless when she climbs. And she's super strong.
Look at that, sitting on the volume, up with the right hand. She has to obviously climb quickly because, like, there is only so much power in anyone's arms.
Yeah, but she has a huge biceps. I'm a bit jealous of her biceps.
I'll let her know.
Because I told her already.
Okay, fine. I'm jealous of her biceps, actually. Look at the power. That's one arming on a crib.
That's amazing.
Outrageous. And then on the right, Brian as well, climbing quickly. He's up to the first of the mini rests.
And she's super quick. Look at that.
Into the crack. Matches up. It's amazing how she uses the stumps of her leg to kind of press into the wall occasionally, just take a bit of pressure off the arms.
Yeah, and sometimes taking breaks on bigger holds or volumes, like now.
Well, right now, exactly, yeah. I mean, it's a position that no one else would rest on. That's what's so incredible about it as well. Right now starts going again, but let's not forget about Brian. Brian is chilling on one of the big round blobs, but he's got to make a big move here.
Nice high foot. Really nice.
Needs to do that. Static flicks his foot around the rope. Look at Pavitra, one arm. Hypes the crowd.
Hyping up the crowd. That's amazing.
Huge moves from her.
Yeah, look at that.
I want to see what her training is. I really do.
I think she does swimming.
Look at that. She hasn't even got the middle finger wrapped around. She had 3 fingers she was resting on. Oh, but she's missed that one. Right, needs to go again. Resets.
Yeah, that takes power.
It's a long way. Yeah, you're right. It saps the power as well. Okay, Pravitra's got to get something back in that right arm. It's a long way to campus up to. She's missed it so many times.
And she's still there. I would have lost it already. That takes so much power.
Look, she's still just dropping. Brian, meanwhile, makes his way up towards the halfway point of his route. Matches. Pavitra is still hanging on. She'll be there forever.
She's fighting.
Sanderson doing it. Big move. Again, misses and finally falls.
But that was amazing.
Awesome from Pavitra.
I'm not sure. Was that the high point or not?
Yeah, I'm not 100%. I'll have to have a look in a sec.
And Brian is going to the section where the others fell, except of Kevin. And he's through. So, silver. Guaranteed silver.
Guaranteed silver. And Kevin is going to be watching nervously at this point. As Brian makes his way towards. He doesn't know where the high point is, only you watching at home do. Brian up with the right hand.
But he still looks super strong.
Right, wraps himself around the green volume.
And he wants the top. I know he wants that top so badly. Yeah, he's still fresh. Ah, that's amazing.
Yeah, he wants the audience behind him.
Yeah, he was a bit disappointed that he didn't top the second route yesterday. He was so close. But yeah, I mean, it's so strong. He's so strong. And
but it can only... Oh, is it the same place?
Same position.
But due to count back, because Brian qualified in a higher position, that means he does take victory.
Yeah.
So Brian is your winner in that category. Awesome from him.
That's cool.
Very cool. Good stuff. So another category done. We are smashing through this paraclimbing finals here in Innsbruck, Austria. My name is Matt Greenman, joined by Amy. Amy, what is your second name? I've literally gone blank.
My second name?
Yes.
Or my real name is Amruta, and my second name is Martina.
But we call you Amy.
Everyone calls me Amy.
There we go. And Amy, how do we find you on Instagram? Shout out Instagram to people.
Amy's.climbing.adventure.
There we go. Thank you very much,
Thank
Amy.
you. The more the merrier.
Absolutely. Well, another category done, and we have confirmation. Pavitra does take victory.
Yes,
just
a
a plus.
Those pluses are so important.
Super important. Well, just by a plus, Pavitra takes victory, followed by Melissa Ruiz and Eva after that.
But also with the count back.
Yes, Countback playing all important. Here, Countback. Brian
Yeah.
just beating Kevin due to Countback. And then Isaac Ripperman after that gets the bronze medal. So that's AU2.
Now comes the Swiss.
Now comes the Swiss and your categories. No, sorry, we just had your categories. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm losing my mind. There's too many pieces of paper, too many things going on here. But we are a couple of categories in. Men's AU3 coming up next, and then an AU, as we said at the beginning, amputee upper limb or limb deficiency, and then RP2, RP neurological or physiological impairment.
And AU3 is new.
New category. So this is part of the classification. This is a new category, either by athletes coming into it or being changed their classification.
They didn't do AU1 anymore, so they have AU3 now, which I find it's sad for the AU1 athletes. They have to climb with RP1 now. But it's so good that AU3 is there, because it was always been, do you put the athlete with a wrist into RP3 or into AU2, which can be very unfair either way for all the athletes. And it's so nice to see the Swiss cross on the screen. I'm so sorry, I'm distracted.
It's fine. But what you're bringing up is interesting, because classification is one of those things where sometimes it can almost look unfair, because you get athletes against each other who have different impairments. But sometimes it's a case of putting people in, obviously, the correct categories. But also, we sometimes put categories together so everyone gets a chance to climb, because it's better that the athletes are climbing rather than not climbing.
Yeah, that's true, because we want to climb, actually. So it's a hard process.
It's a compromise
and
sometimes.
it's so hard for the classifiers. I think I don't want to do their job.
No, there's many jobs I don't want to do. Judges, brushers. I quite like my own job. It's good. It's nice up here.
Yeah, I like your job too.
It's pretty fun, isn't it? Just get to watch climbing all day. All right, well, from Switzerland, as you can tell, Sarah Longi from Switzerland. Am I pronouncing her second name correctly?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, wow, that doesn't happen often. And then Seamus Boulinier from France, from Canada, comes on.
Yeah, he's here for a long time already, right?
Yeah, a bit of a veteran of the sport. Team Canada flicks that rope a couple of ways around him.
And newlywed.
Well, congratulations. Or commiserations, who knows?
No, his girlfriend is, or his wife is amazing.
You can tell my own
she's
personal
also
history
in
coming through
RP1.
there. So she's also a paraclimbing athlete?
Yeah, she's in RP1. She's Team USA. We wonder how long anymore, because if she's married to a Canadian, maybe she's...
Good point. We've got politics going on in the commentary box as well. You should lodge an appeal immediately. All right, so the athletes are underway. Sarah on the left, and that's Seamus on the right.
I mean, she's in our team since 2 months now. It's her first competition ever.
Ever? This is the first, she's in the finals?
Ever.
That's ridiculous.
And it's so nice. She was so nervous.
Yeah.
And she couldn't even believe it yesterday. In the morning, she was like, "Oh, I'm not feeling too good."
Classic climber excuse, that one.
I know that. And then she crushed it. It was so nice to watch. We're all so proud.
Excellent. Well, she's climbing well at the moment.
Yeah, she is.
So Sarah is underway. And RP2, so just, can you talk about Sarah's impairment at all? Or
It's hard to say. Her right leg is fully paralyzed, and she has problems with her spine too, I think. I'm not talking a lot about the medical stuff.
Sure,
so
yeah, but just to give us an idea.
But she has no feeling in her right foot.
Wow. Okay, so
Not at
imagine
all.
that if you're watching at home.
She can use it, but she doesn't feel anything in it.
So the moves like this, where she has to really commit to that right
Yes.
foot, that's a dangerous
Yes.
move for her. And up with the heel again.
But
so
strong.
super strong. Look how straight she is with it, just using the muscle
Yes.
to bounce her way up. And then Seamus is making good progress. He drops left into the first of the pinches.
Yeah, he's looking good too. And he's tall, so that movement he has to go very low.
but he's got a quite dynamic move, or a physical move, depending on how they do it, to come. Gets the right foot up, and we lose Sarah.
And there you see the problem with the rope.
Yep, the leg trapped over. Now she flicks it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the one she can use.
A good one to get stuck then. Alright, Seamus has having to wrap his arm around, perhaps feeling some of the pump here, and looks for the heel, which sits so beautifully into that curved shape of the hold.
But those holds are bad if you don't have fingers.
Super bad, but you can see he's having to press the side of his hand into it.
He's doing the Amy.
He's doing an Amy. Amy is, if you're new to climbing terminology, it's a new word, because Amy in the commentary box next to me is her favourite move, but we lose Seamus.
We lose Seamus.
Seamus was trying to mantle up onto that red volume. Tricky move, and it's so overhanging, it's pushing you back all the time.
And sometimes with the rope, you also feel like a pushback, even if it's not there, but you feel like you got pushed back.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And you can get distracted.
Yeah, you can see it's, if you ever climbed on a top rope on an overhanging wall, it's not the nicest feeling.
No. So we see where we lost Sarah again.
Oh, it was in the crack.
Yeah, it was in this crack.
I think there's a jib or something around to the left, but it's hard to see.
But I mean, it's a guaranteed medal.
True.
We're so happy. We don't care which one it is.
Is there going to be a massive Swiss party in Austria? Right,
yes.
Austria, beware. Innsbruck, be careful. All right, Jasmine Plank is out for Austria.
And she's a legend too.
And then from France, there is Maxime Meyer. Thumbs up to the judges and the belayers, and he's underway.
And Jasmine is already moving fast.
Yeah, she immediately gets going. Okay, both athletes on the wall. Jasmine from RP2, Maxim from AU3. Maxim, no tape as well. It's funny, once I've spotted the no tape thing, I want to go and interview every single one and find out, like, tape or no tape, you know, and find out the reasoning. That skin things fascinate me.
Yeah, we all know skin is so important, but it hurts so much. If you
So you're a tape.
Yeah, I'm a sissy there.
Right.
I don't like pain on my left arm.
That's not a sissy at all. I definitely want to put someone. Also, if you're a tape sponsor, you know where to contact Amy. She needs much tape.
Yeah, I actually get supported by the climbing gyms I go to.
Okay, so you don't need tape.
They send me a box of tape.
Oh, you're fine.
Yeah, they are so nice, but you never can have enough tape.
Fair enough. Right, Jasmine hangs on her straight arms on the right, bumps up with the left.
That's where we lost Sarah.
Yeah, so there is a jib. You can see her left finger's on it.
Yes.
And then on the right, Maxim is approaching this big move, gets the left foot on, brings the right all the way up and wraps.
What a nice high knee hook.
Yeah,
is that
a knee hook.
Is that a new word?
It's a word now, knee hook. So he knee hooks on.
And Jasmine has the high point.
Yeah, so Jasmine.
She's so strong. And she's back in RP2 now.
So Jasmine, with that right leg is stuck. You can see she's having to work. Goes out onto the first of the jug, and Maxim as well. Physical on that right hand pinch. He's been on it a long time now. Presses his stump into the big red volume.
Yeah, those pinches are, I think, bad if you only have the wrist to hold on to.
Misses the first cross through. Now crosses.
Yes, there you go.
Just with his fingertips. Oh, Jasmine falls. But that's the high point for her. Maxim still on the wall. Maxim leans backwards, tries to get the crowd going again. You can see how much he's having to hug that red volume.
Yeah, that's a far move to the next crimp there.
Stretches over, but can't get it this time. Wraps his arm around, trying
But
to
he's
figure it.
fighting. Yes, now he's got it. Nice.
Big close crimp on the right hand, gets the left up to the side pull.
Now you can put up the foot. So this will be a sequence which is very hard for a lefty, as we call it.
Here you can see he's having to wrap
But
it right
he
underneath.
does it as it's nothing. Yeah, that's great.
Right.
Super strong.
Yeah, right hand up. But now, yeah, hard for a lefty, as you said.
Yeah.
Have to bring it up and underneath.
Yeah, and underclings can be tricky.
Absolutely. Well, 2 men to go for AU3. And then we've got one more for RP2.
And RP2. Dina is already underway.
Yeah, we're just watching a replay here of Jasmine up at the left. And the fall from her. Right, there's Dina. She's climbing from Norway. Qualified in first place for this women's RP2 category. Locking off the crimps all the way, and then another legend. So many legends. From Team Switzerland, go on then, tell me about Dominic.
Dominic is a legend actually. He's climbing for 30 years. But he started it's his first competition as well in paraclimbing. And
is it someone's birthday? Can you hear the happy birthday
yeah,
song?
it's his birthday.
It's his birthday.
Yeah, he's turning 42 today. I'm allowed
I'm not
to
sure
say that.
Can you say that?
Yeah.
All right. Well,
He
you
told
said it
me
anyway.
I
doesn't
can.
matter.
Yeah, it's
out
over
there.
now. I asked him before, how old are you now? And
Another world knows.
yeah, now the world knows.
Right.
But yeah, first World Cup, first finals, and he's climbing for 30 years, and he's super strong.
All right. Well, let's see if he can get a medal on his birthday. That would be pretty good.
That would be amazing.
Dominic is underway on the right, and then on the left is Dina making quick work. Actually, she's on to the final sort of. Well, she's halfway now.
And that's
Up towards crimps, twists around with the right hand.
Dina looks super strong right now. And I shouldn't say it. All the time I say someone is looking super strong, they fall.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm jinxed.
No, this is the commentator curse. I've avoided saying it for a while. Honestly, it's magic.
Yeah, we don't say it anymore.
No, we can be bribed to say it though if you want someone to fall.
Okay. Yeah, no.
Right,
That
Dominic,
wouldn't be nice.
It would not be nice. Right, guys, Dominic is up to the big red volume. He's in 3rd place, bronze medal position as it stands. 25 he needs to go for the silver.
Yeah, let's see what he's got.
Wraps around. Super strong there as he locks off, and look how bad that right crimp is he's going for.
So he's checking the holds. Which one is worse?
Yes. Right, he goes for the leg wrap thing. The what are we calling it? Knee hook.
The knee hook.
Backwards knee hook. All right, so he goes up towards the pinches. This is where things start to get difficult. The first of the Cruxy sequences, but he does get a rest.
But he takes a break there, yeah. That looks like a good rest.
So does the Swiss Para team train together? Do you come as a group often, or not so much?
No, we have. We are pretty all over the Switzerland. We have in the French part, we have one in the Italian part, and a few of us train together in Bern. Matthias, who's going to start at RP3, is training with me sometimes. And then we have a few that are training close to Lucerne. And we train we have a lot of individual training, but we have a few team trainings where we are all together, and that's most of the time a lot of fun. But because we are so new, we have one coach for the whole team, and that means, yeah, we have to do stuff individually, of course.
Absolutely.
Oh, Dominic got a medal.
He's got an Amy, and he's got a medal.
And he's got a medal.
He does the sit on the volume, and he's got a silver medal at the moment, and he's pretty...
I'm so happy for him.
Well, hang on, you could be more happy, because he could turn this into gold. He's close.
Yeah, I'm not saying anything. I'm just happy that he's getting a medal. I'm not jinxing it.
Okay, I will carry on to jinx it. Dominic is close. He's sitting. He's found a great rest, and he needs to get something back for this last push. He's on 36. He needs to get to 37 plus to take gold.
And he qualified in seconds, so that's quite a strong first appearance on a World Cup.
Absolutely. Well, he's shaking his hands out, trying to get something. He's going to milk this rest for all it's worth.
And it's special for him because he has family here in Innsbruck. They are all here.
Which family?
I think the side of his wife.
Okay. So he's got kids in the audience watching?
Yeah, his wife and his kid is here, I think.
Amazing. Well, look, he is. That is the gold medal.
At the moment. There is more coming. More is...
True, we've got Michael Moore coming up next.
Guaranteed silver.
Guaranteed silver. Awesome from him. Seriously, Austrian.
I'm so sorry.
Watch out.
I'm nearly crying. I'm so happy.
Right, well, he's got a knee in. Now needs to reach up towards the left. He's kind of trapped his own arm in this knee bar.
Yeah.
Which is fiddly. He's got to unlock it. You can see him wrestling it out of the gap. And now I think it's free.
Power.
It's not free. It's still stuck.
Yeah. But that's amazing. He did so good.
Good fight from him. If he could only have just released.
And I don't think he knows. I don't think he knows that he has a high point.
He or not. He won't have seen the scoreboard yet. He might now. He's still looking up at that hold.
Yeah, yesterday he was like, oh, I really want to try that one again. I want to do that move where he lost it yesterday. I mean, every one of us is thinking like that. We really would love to try the routes again.
Yeah. No, I agree. Well, yeah, in Brixton from the Boulder World Cup of the weekend, they re-put the routes on the wall the day after the comp, all of the finals boulders, and it was packed with pro climbers trying it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It was fascinating, yeah. Watching everyone session it, some of the women doing the men's boulders, men doing the women's boulders.
Yeah,
it was really good to see. All right, well, this man can take the medal, the gold medal, away from Dominic. This is Michael Morsapir. Lost his fingers in a high altitude climbing accident, but this man is unreal. He can top routes, he can climb 8A. Super, super strong.
Yeah, he is super strong. And of course I would be mad or I would be sad if Dominic doesn't win. But I mean, who else when not more?
Exactly. If you have to lose a gold medal, you might as well lose it to him.
Yes, of course.
Okay, well, what can he do? I think recently he changed categories as well. Certainly in Salt Lake he was in a different group.
Yeah, because they weren't not enough AU3 athletes.
I see, and now we do.
That's where the merging happens.
I'm with you, I'm with you.
Yes.
Yeah, because he was disappointed to be in kind of the wrong group for him.
Yes.
So he'll be enjoying being back in his normal classification.
Yeah, no, Salt Lake City was the first time there was AU3. So this is the first time we ever have a full AU3 category.
This is it.
This is amazing.
It is amazing.
Also for the women.
They'll climb, where are the AU3 category? They'll climb soon, on Route D, later on. Round about, I don't know where I'm round about 7:30-ish. We're running a little behind time. Coming out to 7:15 here in Innsbruck, Central European time. We're here for the Paraclimbing finals. And we're having a lovely evening watching some of the world's best on these fiendishly difficult routes on the main lead wall here in Innsbruck. Michael Moore is by himself at the moment, last of his category, but he looks like he's struggling a bit, trying to do this big bump up move. Holds the swing.
But he's there.
And then wraps the right heel in quickly. You can see how much he's getting forced back by the angle of the wall.
Yes, that's very steep overhang there.
Right, so he's on the red volume, but now he needs to start the crux, so he needs to find a good resting position here. Sits on the right heel, comes up with the right hand.
over there. I think this one he's getting with his left hand now is not that good.
No, it's not good at all. We can see it disappears entirely when he grabs it.
Yeah.
Up to the crimson. That wall is still in the sun. The athlete's dealing well with it.
Yeah, I didn't see anyone slip like last year in here.
No, true. Yeah, like during the women's lead comp when
Yeah,
everyone
that
was
was
falling low. It was also a savage route, to be fair. But yeah, the sun definitely played a part in it.
Yeah, and it was scary. I mean, Jessie fell so low.
Yeah. I think I looked away for half a second. She'd fallen off. I had no idea what had happened. Right, Michael stands up into the blue, I don't know what to call that, torpedo-style hold. And then looks out left to a high left foot. Rocks onto it. And into the dishes. And he is nearing the silver medal position.
Yes, that's...
This is a tricky part of the route, these underclings.
So that's silver, guaranteed.
Guaranteed silver now. He's going for gold though. 42 plus is the one to beat. Amy is nervous next to you. You can't say it. You absolutely can. I know what you mean. But Michael Morsapir, silver medal for him.
That's amazing.
But your teammate, gold
We
for
got
Dominic.
gold.
Awesome. So,
oh no, I'm gonna cry.
oh, Amy is actually crying. We'll give her a sec here. Awesome, awesome scenes.
Oh,
But
yes.
Congratulations to Michael as well, taking that silver medal.
Yeah, of course. Congratulations to all of them. But I'm so happy.
All right, well, I think there's going to be a few drinks going down in Innsbruck tonight.
Maybe 2 medals.
2 medals, 2 drinks, right? That's
and
fine.
we have 2 athletes left.
Oh, that's true. Wow, we could 4 out of 4. That'd be good.
That could be.
All right, well,
I mean, technically, in the B category, there is...
just to wrap up that one, Dina
In-
Evik wins the gold medal, Jasmine Plank silver, and then Sarah Longi bronze medal. Sorry, you were
That's
saying.
awesome. And the men's here.
Yeah, and there's the
is
men's.
green.
Well, there he is. Gessler Dominic takes victory, 42 plus, the gold medal for him. Michael Morsapir, 40 plus, and Maxim Meyer in third with bronze. And then Seamus after that.
That's amazing. In B, there is our B3 is Roland. He's our Swiss athlete, but Sebastian Schmidt, he's always with the Swiss team, so he's our bonus Swiss.
Adopted Swiss,
Yeah, he's
I understand.
adopted. So,
All right, men's AL1 category. Just 3 athletes in that, and they are back on Route A, and they'll be climbing by themselves, I think, if I understand the schedule properly.
yeah, it looks like it.
And this is more campusing coming your way here. So, Tanner from USA comes on.
And he's a regular on the podium now.
Yeah, strong athlete. Makes his way into the shade, stretching. Getting himself ready.
Yeah, it needs so much core strength to do that.
Yeah, just go to your local climbing wall and try to campus one of the the lead walls, and you'll see what happens. It's a different kind of strength.
In one of the climbing gyms I go to, there is sometimes a no foot challenge, and if you top it no foot, you get a beer.
Ooh, nice. Should we send Angelina in and get us 10?
Yeah, maybe, but he doesn't drink beer. So.
Well, that's perfect then. He wins.
He can give it to me.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You look after
I
his
shouldn't
health.
say that too loud.
Oh, you said it now. It's done. It's out there. Can't take it back. Someone will clip it. All right. Tanner Silot from USA gets ready. And he is building himself up. You can almost hear the breath being sucked into his lungs as he gets himself ready to go.
And the crowd is going to go wild.
Yeah, this is going to be fast, powerful stuff you're about to see. But he needs to wait for the right moment. Psyching himself up. Look at those arm movements. It's a bit like something before a weightlifting comp, that kind of physicality. Right, he's underway. And you can see has to power his way up just with his arms. Up into the yellow holds. And this is going to be a quick round, trust me, because they have to get going. Pump is a real killer on something like this. And look at him into the corner. Locking off that left arm, taking a second to pause with the right before crossing through.
I'm always amazed to watch them. That's why I'm so quiet. I'm so sorry, but I'm sitting here with my mouth open, just stunned.
She is. That's true. I can confirm there is a mouth open, stunned going on.
But it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. I mean, every category is amazing.
And look, he's just hanging off with one arm resting. Yeah, I think it's. We all understand how hard it is to campus. Whereas if you have a neurological, physiological disorder, it's hard to sort of understand what they're going through. With this, you get it, you know.
Yeah, everyone gets it.
That he falls going out of the crack and up. So that's our marker set for
and
AL.
And he has a Stitch chalk bag. Stitch from Lilo and Stitch. Oh, yeah. That's amazing.
Good spot.
Maybe it's his lucky charm.
It could be. Well, Marcus Posendorfer is up next. And we're just waiting for him to come on. Camera team are ready.
Everyone's ready. And now I think the crowd will be going wild because, I mean, 2 Austrian athletes.
Yeah, they have something to shout for, don't
they? Crowd. Yeah, look at him. He's enjoying himself.
I hope he takes that jumper off. He must be boiling out there. Right, he goes into the shade, and then, yes, thank goodness, strips the jumper off. This is...
staying warm is important.
It is. And Marcus Posendorfer will get clipped in.
Oh, and this time he has his chalk bag. In Salt Lake City, he didn't have his chalk bag in the finals.
Did he forget it?
I'm not sure. It wasn't there. And he got second, so...
Well,
I mean, he didn't need the chalk. But I think on this wall, with all the warm holds, it's better if you have one.
I guess with the chalk bag, you have to stop, hang on one arm, and chalk up. So maybe it's just they'd make the decision just to go for the speed.
That's absolutely possible.
Maybe a bit of liquid chalk on first. Okay, Marcus approaches the wall. Big breath from him, yeah. Everyone's got a routine in this category, and it is this pumping up thing they do.
I don't think only in this category, everyone has.
Do you have any weird sort of superstitious things you do?
I listen to very strange songs before, and then I always pump my arms before I go into the route.
Well, a man who's pumping his arms right now is Marcus. Yes. 23 plus is what he's got to aim for. He doesn't know that, remember. 14. You can see the score ticking up. Snatching into these holds. They're not the biggest, and some of them are pretty slopey, like the ones he's going for now. Out into the pinch, gets it. Again into the crack. 20, he's nearing the high point.
Yeah.
But this is the move, gets it. With the right hand, crosses in and matches.
Guaranteed silver.
Hesitated there, quick shake out of the right arm. He definitely hasn't stopped to chalk yet. But now things get very thin up there in this section. It's just crimps.
Yeah, that's a hard section.
But he has moved into provisional gold. And he's still going. Setting a new high point that only Angelina Zella can beat. Hangs straight arm for a moment and then starts to do the pull-up.
And he's holding it.
And finally
I
goes.
shouldn't say anything.
So Marcus jumps into the lead. Yeah, super strong from here. Right, Marcus is in the lead and only Angelina Zella to come. The men's AL1.
I have to check out the crowd. Yeah, that's gonna be loud now.
Yeah, the man who's about to come on is gonna inspire a reaction from our crowd. There he is, Angelina Zeller. Comes out from Austria. Bandana around his head, bit of a trademark.
Always.
He is ready to go, and he will not stop. He finds power moves when no one has a right to be that powerful.
Yeah, and he always looks as if he could go much further. He never looks tired.
No, he never does. No, I just need to go and train with these guys. I do. Look at the carabiner attached to the back of his wheelchair as well. That's so cool.
I was visiting them in autumn in Graz, and I went to the gym where they train a lot, and they have so much stuff there just for them to train. It's amazing. And yeah, I think they train so hard.
Yeah, the Austrian team does get lots of good support. And it pays off. We can see the quality, the caliber of the athletes. Angelina Zeller starts his powerful way upwards. The mountains in the background, white and crisp with snow as Angelina starts. That's what he's got to aim for, about 3/4 of the way up the wall, and he'll take gold.
And he's so quick.
Big moves, had to work hard for that one. Skipped a middle move. Probably instinctual. He read the route okay, but just decided in the moment just to power through, and that is going to be him moving into silver.
And he's so fast.
He's very fast, and he's approaching the high point. Marcus,
chalking up there.
his teammate, yeah, who said it. Yeah, chalking up, you're right.
Yeah.
30.
30, oh yeah. 32, 33.
And
yeah,
that's going to be the gold.
Yeah.
And looks
he doesn't know it.
He doesn't know it, but he looks a bit fresh. I mean, he's resting on a jug right now.
He still looks fresh.
Yeah, look, and then he's hanging on this jug.
Yeah, and now he knows. He knows. I'm sure he knows.
Angelina is going to take home yet another gold medal. You never know, he might campus his whole way up this route.
Yeah, I'd love to see the top there.
It would be ridiculous. We haven't seen anyone get to this point so far. Tick mark, hits the first one. Matches with the cross through, but that he's slightly messed up the sequence, but better now. But this is a huge move when you're tired. And the crowd goes crazy down there.
That's amazing.
Angelina being cheered in. Oh, so close.
That was so close. That's amazing.
Right on the edge. But Angelina, yet again, wins gold.
So cool. And yeah, everyone's going wild when they climb. It's amazing.
Well, Amy, you're going to stay with us for one more category before we rotate into Sebastian, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Angelina gives a wink to the crowd. This is where he finally fell, but after such an effort, look at this. Oh, just dropped with the right. They couldn't find the power to do another move. Would have got the plus. Awesome from him. Well, that gold medal there, that might be his. You never know. Let's have a look at the scores. Angelina Zeller, 51 plus, way out ahead. Marcus in second, silver medal, 33. And then
that's impressive.
It is impressive. And another medal. And then Tanner in third with the bronze. So that's men's AL1 category. I think we'll get... Oh no, that was the only category that climbed, wasn't it? All right, time to move on to the next round of categories, which would be RP. RP stands for neurological or physiological impairment, and the athlete's going to get announced and introduced. RP3 as well. And they're all going to be looking at routes B and D. That's the plan. Well, the audience are sitting on the stadium floor with a few beers flowing as they enjoy some climbing entertainment here. Our athletes introduced.
Jamie is back.
Jamie is back. Jamie sends me regular messages of what he's doing on a kilter board. He's very, very strong on a kilter board. That
Yeah, he built me some boulders on the kilter board. They were way too hard, but it's so nice that he does that. It's amazing.
Yeah, he's got the kilter board bug for sure.
Yeah.
It's addictive, I tell you.
Yeah, I know. We have one in one of our gyms, and I really like it, but it's quite hard to use it for me at more than 30 degrees angle. But it's so cool and it's so good for core workout.
Yeah, it's the best for that. I love using that thing. Last few athletes are introduced to our crowd, and there's a big crowd in the stadium. There's Jamie being announced.
Yeah, he qualified in first, right? Yes.
Yeah, qualified in first. Gives a wave and a smile. I don't know why they keep flicking to that that crowd specifically. Maybe he's having a look at the food. He could send some up.
Yeah, I'm getting hungry too.
Well, you're all right. You get to go in one category. So send me some pizza or something up, okay?
I can ask.
I think they might say no.
Yeah, maybe.
All right, last couple of athletes are introduced. Fraze as well, another legend. He won gold in Salt Lake.
And he's such a funny person. Did you see his run in Vilar last year?
Yes, I did. Yeah, incredible. So cool.
I was smiling the whole run because he was enjoying himself so much in this route.
All right, Terry gets a shout out. And that lady there came and gave me a huge hug yesterday. Lovely to see her back. She really nastily broke her thumb in Innsbruck.
Yeah, last year.
Yeah.
And she climbed.
And she climbed, yes. She showed me the x-rays. It was not pretty.
No.
So good that she's recovered. The British and Scottish champion. Joanna getting introduced. Everyone having a good time. Yesterday we did have the European Speed Cup. That's on the Austrian YouTube channel. You can go check that out if you're speedily minded.
Yeah, the crowd is having fun there.
Yeah. Must be so
She's
good.
happy to be back.
Ah, it's just great, isn't it? Like to stand up on that stage and have your name announced to the audience, like a place where so many like utter legends have stood before.
Yes.
For any climbing athlete, that is surely one of the pinnacle events of the season. You know?
Yes.
You think Chamonix, you think Briançon, you think Innsbruck. It's just
Innsbruck is one of the first that comes to mind. That's true.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm biased because I'm from Chamonix. I get my own bed, you see. So it's, and there's some pretty nice mountains there as well.
Yeah, the stage is. It looks amazing.
It's spectacular. Yeah, Innsbruck is a special place to go climbing. And all of the international athletes are here, pretty much. And they're all either packed into the cafe or in the main bouldering and lead climbing area. As we said before, it's pretty intimidating, but it's very inspirational because it's not often when you walk through a climbing wall and you get to see someone literally climbing a 9A indoor route or an 8C and cruising it. You know, it's inspiring.
Yeah, and intimidating.
And
but
intimidating,
also
yeah. Yeah, the Innsbruck wall is fairly uniquely set up for some of the best in the world to pit their wits against the wall. Young guy in yellow there, having a good time. Lucia has
she's back.
already got one goal.
And she's coming back from a knee injury.
So back from injury from her. How, knee injury okay, or is she still in that recovery phase?
I'm not sure. But she said the knee is okay, but you always have to be careful with knees.
Yeah, oh god, yes.
It can take forever. And I mean, those three Lucia, Mo, and Solin, they are amazing.
The pinnacle.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Emily is announced next.
Emily is so happy to be back. And to have her own category.
Yes. All right, we're nearly at the end of this athlete introduction. Almost, but not quite. Anka introduced, and then finally Rosalie from Germany. Last athlete to be announced to the audience. So that's the athletes. They'll be on routes B and D. All the men in this group, so men's RP3 and AL2, they'll be on route B, and then women's RP3, AL2, AU2 and AU3 will be on D. So that's the next kind of hour or so of competitions ahead of us.
And the sun is gone.
The sun has gone. I'm not sure if it's gone behind a cloud or if it's gone. I think it might be gone.
Yeah, it could be.
So better conditions for the athletes. They will enjoy and appreciate a bit of shade. Chuck in a water bottle there. And we'll just get a few start lists come up here. So Luke Smith will climb first. Jamie Badek will climb last because he qualified in first for that category, RP3. Anita, we saw her earlier. She was one who broke her thumb so nastily last year. It's all fixed now, she assures me. She's back. Christina will climb last. Big category for AL2 lead. Got to pick 3 podium places out of that, and there's some big names in there. Frederick, we saw, chucking a water bottle. Women's AL2, Johanna Newton and Lucy Jarige will climb last. And Lucy, you would not bet against her either to take the gold.
Yeah, but Sarah is getting strong. And here's my category. Nama is the first time here. I hope I pronounce her name right. And her first final, it's amazing for her.
Really cool to see her on this big stage. And our AU3, Emily and Rosaline Mancha will be climbing. Right, I think we're pretty close now to getting underway for this category. Yes. All right, there we go. I've lost track of starting lists. So, Amy, this is the last category you'll commentate, and we're going to swap into Sebastian, who has won a bronze medal. And I'm pretty sure he knows that, but obviously be
so happy for him.
All right, first athletes are out. Anita on the right of your screens. Luke Smith from Great Britain on the left. So 2 teammates will be climbing at the same time on different routes, of course. Glasses away. Did you climb with the glasses clipped to a harness? No. Okay, thank goodness. About saying, I have to have a word. All right, banging tunes here in the stadium. Tweed trousers. Those shorts? Tweed shorts. Tweed shorts.
Yeah, you have to stay true.
That's true. All right, so the athletes are ready. And the first time we get to see these routes, we've seen A and C. We haven't seen B and D. A good opportunity for us to check them out. He's remembering it, rereading it. It's been a while now since he's read that route.
Yeah, isolation can take up 2 hours. And you are not allowed to have a phone or anything. You cannot see it.
Lots of yoga. And I just imagine everyone just stretching in there.
In Villar last year, they were painting nails.
Wow.
Yeah.
Should have got involved. All right, Anita is underway on the right, slow and steady through the green and white holds. And then Luke works his way over to right, into the corner, into the first of the big holds, where he'll get a little shake out, but shouldn't really need at this point. We'll use it to chalk, though. RP, neurological or physiological impairment for both of these athletes. Anita looking strong. She enters the white balls, right hand in matches and crossing the fingers over. Good work from her at the moment. Meanwhile, Luke drops the left down and he looks up onto the triangle.
Yeah, those roots look hard.
Yeah, very physical. Luke's probably on the most physical, and it just goes on forever, that route as well, winding its way throughout the wall.
And gets in the knee bar to truck up.
Oh yeah, knee bar in. Well spotted. And then he gets the heel. Smart climbing from Luke. You can see how much of that route's to come. The top on that purple hold, a long way away.
Yeah, and it's so steep there.
Super, super steep. Anita is pausing a little bit. She is entering another part of her route that crosses now from this part on the right all the way left on a ginormous sort of twofer system.
Waving to the crowd.
Bit of hype from her.
She's always so friendly to everyone.
Yeah, she's great. Crosses through with the right, and now this traverse towards the left could be energy sapping. The feet run out, literally. Look, there's only that bolt hold, which you can't really stand on. But it's a good hold she has.
There. Holy.
Yeah, she's got to release the right foot, finds the left heel, smart climbing.
Nice, and a toe.
And a toe, yeah. And in a minute, she'll be able to drop over to the left and have a bit of a breather on the 2 foot.
Yeah,
Lucas,
but is she swinging there?
I mean, she's got to release it, hasn't she? Yeah. Wraps the heel around the corner, just gets the left crimp. Luke, meanwhile, crosses into the purples. He's halfway on his route. He needs to go left too. Anita matches. This is that twofer I was talking about. There is good heels throughout, but the twofer quickly becomes vertical. Anita, right foot up, kicks the left foot down. Big bump up, but a fall for her.
Oh, but that was strong climbing from her.
Well, we have a high point on that wall. And Luke is still going. Luke falls now.
Yeah,
halfway for him.
There's the dual text coming in, right?
Yeah, the dual text there it's you just got to be more precise. You got to hit it. There are textured sections to it, but yeah, you have to be precise with it. Well, he undoes the carabiners. A big smile on his face and a fist bump. He had to fight hard, and good footwork from him.
Yeah, it looked very precise.
Well, that was the fall and the ping on the leg. Anita, she was on the 2 foot. Left hand good, right hand on a crimp.
A bit too short to get to the crimp.
Yeah, just out of reach, wasn't it? Good work from her.
Awesome, yeah.
Yeah, she has to wait now and see. Always, it's the worst thing about coming out first. You have to wait until the very end to know where you're at.
Yes, but it can take a lot of pressure out from you when you are first. Then you are done with it.
That is true. Yeah, over. Evans Mata from Great Britain is out on the right, so route D, and on the left, Matthias Baracci. I can never. Berci, really?
Berci.
Oh, from Switzerland. There you go. This is why you know. Say one more time.
Berci.
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 You're not looking that convinced, but I'm trying. All right, Matthias gets clipped in and ready to go. What is the thing hanging off his harness?
That's his badge for our climbing gym.
Right. Why is it hanging off his harness?
Maybe it brings him luck.
Fair play.
Because the journey started there for him too.
Oh, that is lovely. I might start doing it. I don't have the badge for my climbing gym. What am I going to do? I need a different thing.
Yeah.
We'll find it. We'll
maybe a carabiner or something.
Maybe my lucky carabiner. Right, Martha is underway. It's not too hard down low, this. Good holds. You've just got to keep going, not over grip, which is always tricky if you're a bit nervous coming into the comp.
Yes, but these holds, I don't like the round ones, but the greenish ones, they are better than they look from far.
Yeah, they're pretty sinky, aren't they? And the thing is, it's just you have to climb quick through here because the tricky part is really that traverse.
Yes,
you have to
up
release
there,
the heels, yeah. Where the black volumes are, you can see. Matthias is underway down low. Up, wraps around into the jug.
And he's climbing for forever. I don't know how many years, but a lot.
Super experienced, though.
Yes. And endurance.
Absolutely right. So he is a bit slow down low, but looking good. Really technical climbing for the men on that route. And Lucy is nearing, sorry, Martha is nearing this traverse. So the black volume signal the beginning of the crux for this route on Route D. Or, wow, we think is the crux so far from what we've seen.
It was the crux until now, so.
Exactly, yeah.
We'll
so someone can prove otherwise, is the crux. Matthias has a toe in. Martha reaches into the first of the side pulls, and this is where she's got to figure things out. There's a big hold out left. She's not using the toe hook, but she has got a heel in, and now might think about a toe.
she's changing it up.
There we go. So she's thinking about it. It's a long swing. You can't just jump for it, but she might try. She does. All right, she's got the swing.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Locks in the heel. Good accuracy. Matthias is looking like.
But that's a hard move.
Yeah. A hard move for Matthias as well. He's matching all of these. Drops down to a nasty crimp with the right hand. Changes his mind up to the right. And oh, this is back and forth. Now with the left. Cuts loose.
Yeah, I'm getting sweaty hands. Oh, and...
Can you imagine doing this as a permanent job? Look, I'm looking at my fingers. Look how sweaty they are. I just lose most of my body moisture through my fingers during comps.
But you're feeling with the athletes,
of course.
right?
Yeah.
I'm always, when I'm watching, I'm more nervous than when I'm climbing myself.
Yep. It's a blessing and a curse. All right, Matthias is he's halfway on his route.
And Martha has a new high point.
Yeah, I think so. The scores, we're having a bit of difficulty with the scores, so apologies about that, but I'll let you know when we can.
Matthias is close to the point where Luke fell. Oh yeah, he's got it. That's another medal for Switzerland.
Switzerland. You said that so innocently. Oh, look, Matt. It's like I've been betting against you or something.
Look, Matt, here we come.
Switzerland is here.
Yes.
That has been rammed home, don't worry.
That's
there is a strong Swiss team.
Yeah, when I leave you, I will take a moment to cry up here.
You should.
Yes.
You have your moment.
But happy tears, of course. Oh, look at him go.
Yeah, he's on a really hard bit though. No text comes in here and it gets shouldery and physical and thuggy. He's eyeing it up.
Fighting.
Look how overhanging it is. Big drop left. Oh, upgrading the hands slowly on the slopers.
Yeah, but those holds are incredibly bad. They look so nice, so beautiful, but
super nasty.
Super nasty.
Ah, and he misses the slap around the
yeah,
corner.
but that's a guaranteed medal.
Guaranteed medal for Switzerland.
So happy. And now I'm gonna leave you.
No, you're not. Not yet. We've got two
Not
more.
yet?
No. We've got two more athletes.
I cannot cry now.
You were gone. You're out. I mean, you can leave. It's up to you.
No, I'm not leaving you.
Is it me making the tears?
That would be so unfair to the other athletes because everyone deserves our
full attention.
Yeah, our full attention.
Absolutely. Well, Marina is on the wall for Brazil. So there she is on the right. She got underway while watching those replays. So Marina Diaz from Brazil reaches up to the dish. Into the jugs. And she's making quick work at the bottom of the route.
Yeah, and she's looking so smooth there.
And out walks Bastien Thomas, who chooses to wear a helmet. Look very strangely at the cameraman. Sort of a, what are you doing on my stage? Look. Oh, foot pop with the left.
Yes.
From Marina. She recovered. and is now nearing the silver medal position, but she's got to get through this tricky sequence. It's one of those moves you could really mess this up, you know. You could commit to the swing, not be in the correct position, and it's gone.
That's true. Let's see how she does it. Oh!
So doesn't go for the heel, but gets the toe in.
But that was a big swing from her.
It was a big swing all the way around, and now sits in this teardrop style black volume.
And now she's close to the silver medal position. If she gets this crimp.
She's close, she's on the toothers now. Shakes out the right hand, gets the left, up to the second of the crimps. Or first of the crimps, I'm not sure if the other one's a foothold. And there is Bastien underway. Strong from him as he goes left onto the kind of juggy hole, but in a very awkward position. And then needs to reach back into the underclink.
Yeah, Marina's still looking strong.
Yeah, unbelievable for Marina. She's into the final part of the route, the head wall on the orange holds. Finds the crimp. And look at Bastien cutting loose. Bouncing out towards a crimp. Marina falls. But that is definitely the high point with one athlete to go.
Is it though?
I think it is it not? Am I not? Am I wrong? I might be wrong. We'll find out in a sec. I might be wrong. Bastien, though.
I'm not sure. I don't want to.
Oh, you made me confused now. I'm worried. Well, Bastien's in third place. He's coming up towards that silver medal. 39 plus. 38 now, so he's nearing that point. Now, with the next move, he's going to take the silver provisionally with one to go. And towards that 44 plus. But this seems to be the sticking point for this route. For this category. And what's interesting is obviously the crux is changed between routes.
Yes.
What's difficult?
Oh, he goes directly to the next one.
Yeah, now that is a long way.
Yeah, that's.
But it makes sense because then you drop into the sloper.
That's the high point.
Big bump up.
Awesome.
And crosses through. So he's easily into the lead at the moment. Looks like he's on his way towards the top here.
Yeah.
Oh, as I said it, things get crimpy up there.
We shouldn't talk about it.
We shouldn't talk. Maybe we just don't talk. I'm down. So, Bastien. I love to talk. Of course I do.
Amazing.
Well, Bastien's super strong from him. Finally, the crimp shut him down. That right hand just unpeeling from the crimp.
Yeah, but you get tired on these slopers, and then you have to grab the crimps.
And that was the heroics of Marina. And yeah, I'll see a scoreboard hopefully in a sec. Christine Lutzikhausen, I always say that wrong, is underway.
And fighting with the rope.
Yeah, immediately into some trickiness with that. And Jamie Bartek comes on from the Netherlands.
2.
And he's the only one that can take the win away from Bastien, who got way up on that head walk. So both of these athletes climbing, in fact, have to really climb high.
They are fighting for gold.
They are fighting for gold. So right hand up, slow and steady, as we'd expect through the bottom of that route. Just need to keep it together because that's what's coming. That sequence of moves when it moves left. It's hard. Christina looking very calm and collected out there.
Yeah, that's amazing. But she trains a lot on this wall here. She's living temporarily here, so
she knows it. She knows the angles.
She knows the. I think maybe she's not that intimidated anymore because she's here.
It's true. It's taking the mystique out of it. If you
time.
climb on it every day, then it becomes your local gym.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel so scary.
It's your home gym now.
Yeah.
But she's super strong.
Yeah, she's wrestling
And she's
away.
happy to be back because she nearly didn't classify.
Okay.
She made a big post on Instagram about it.
Well, she's got a huge knee bar in for the moment and rests. Jamie is moving pretty quickly. The bottom of that men's route, I should say, the B route is It's pretty hard actually, deceptively so. And this middle part isn't as bad.
Yeah, I think the kilter board will come in handy here in the overhanging part.
Let's see if his core's on point. Up he goes, gets the left foot drilled in, left hand out. Meanwhile, look on the right of your screens. Christina is around. Christiane reaches up to the crimp. Now needs to get the heels engaged at some point. Big move up though to the tick mark, and Jamie crosses through to the slopers.
For Christiane, it's guaranteed bronze, right?
I'm not too sure of the scores at the moment. We having a bit of trouble with the graphics.
Yeah, but she's for sure in third.
Oh, because of the position, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I'm with you.
And here comes the new Crux now.
Oh, look at that wrap from Jamie with the toe under as well.
Oh, wow.
That's smart from him. Christina falls.
We don't know the score for RP3 women's.
We will in a minute, but not right now, no.
Let's watch Jamie.
Well, Jamie is in fourth position. Misses the right hand, reset, up with the left this time. He's resting and chalking his way up this route. He's approaching the first crux. These massive purple volumes you can see stacked on the wall. It's complicated climbing through there. It's 3D-like. Hard work.
And he's going for that silver. Minimum.
Absolutely he is. That's the left heel locked in now. Crosses the right hand through and then out. It's a pretty good hold when you get it, but it's awkward to see because it's around the corner.
Yeah, because the purple, the slippery one is really big. I think it comes into the way of seeing it.
Yeah, but Jamie is locked in a clever knee bar here. Look at that. He wants the top spot, doesn't he? He's going to have to climb a little further.
But that's a good rest there.
Really good rest. And I don't think Bastien had it as well. Oh, now has a toe on the same hold. Tweaks it into a heel. He's still looking pretty fresh, like he's got something in the tank.
Yeah, I'm not saying too much now because I don't want to jinx it.
Well, this is where it gets tricky, this left hand. This is where Bastien fell. Can Jamie make this move? He does get it.
Yeah.
Oh, but he then falls, but I think that's going to bump him up. It does, so he's in the top spot. Jamie will take victory. Right, Amy, we're going to say goodbye to you.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure having you. Please come back anytime, except I want to see you in the finals next time, okay?
Yeah, I hope so, but if not, in Villar, you can ask me if you want.
Awesome, Amy. Thank you so much. Have a lovely evening. Enjoy that celebrations of the Swiss team.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, well, as we have a commentary swap over here, we review the results. Jamie Bartek takes the victory 52+. Bastien Thomas in second as our leaderboard skips through. And I'm being joined by a very special man, but before he puts his headphones on and gets himself ready, we'll just look at this. Marina, Christina, and then Martha take gold, silver, and bronze. Right, Sebastian Depke, not only are you back in the commentary box, you've won a medal.
Thank you very much.
Mate, massive congratulations. All right, talk me through your run, first of all. I mean, obviously it went well, but how are you feeling out there?
First of all, it was amazing. It was really unexpected. I thought first, well, I might end somewhere in between 10th to 15th place. But as the wall is steep here, this is more my terrain. And so I just went for it, and I qualified 5th. So, and I was pretty sure like the first two out of the game, no chance. But if the others wouldn't be that well on the wall, I could have a chance. So I didn't really believe. So I was super relaxed and just enjoyed it. And the only thing was, there's a crack, a horizontal crack. And I wanted to see if I can put a hand jam in there, and we discussed it. But sadly, I just fell on the move reaching
so you
up
didn't
there.
get to try the hand
no,
grab. Oh.
but I think there is one.
Okay, well there we go. You've heard it here first. Right, next for the women's AL2. AL is amputee lower limb or limb deficiency. We've got Johanna Newton. There she is from Team Great Britain. Sebastian, I know you've actually been sitting outside the commentary box for a while. Some tricky routes though out there on the wall.
Yes, they are more technical than what we've seen in the last years. So route setters are trying to develop a bit more in this direction in comparison to pure power pumping endurance routes, so that experienced athletes can show also their skills on technique, experience, because climbing is not just pure strength. It's also a lot about technique and strategy, which comes into play into more technical routes here.
Yeah, it's interesting setting we're seeing recently. It's nice to see. Well, David Camera is on the left of your screens, and he's on route B. And as I said, Johanna on route D.
So, how are the difficulties? As I was in ISO, I had no information of the routes. For sure, I just know mine on the left was something around 6C+. I guess the left one...
I haven't got the full breakdown of these routes, to be honest, so I don't know which is the hardest one. The route setters were a bit elusive. But yours was 6C+, you reckon?
Yes, that was, as I heard from the radio MC. And I suppose the left one should be around something 8A.
Okay, so well, the one we're seeing now?
On the left,
on
yes.
The left, okay, so yeah, about 8A. Yeah, because if we judge the fact that Michael Morse-Appear didn't top it out, and he usually comes around about that grade, we get an understanding of how hard it is.
Yeah, also many new athletes here on the field. There are some that have never been seen before, and which mixes up things a lot, and this makes it really interesting, and so nice to see that every country brings bigger teams, bring new athletes, and just shows there's so much more to go on, and this is just the beginning.
Absolutely, it's a bright future, and we do hope LA28, come on, powers that be, make that happen, please.
Definitely. So there is a chance that we might get included into the Paralympic Games in Los Angeles in the year 2028, because we're now on the so-called short list for possible inclusion together with para surfing. And within the next month, the local organizer committee is evaluating how they can make it possible to bring us in. There are two options, well, three options.
Hang on a sec, we just lose Johanna Newton there. She falls towards the middle. And let's just stick with this, hold that thought, Sebastian, as David into the crux section of this route.
Those volumes are things that many of us never have seen or touched before.
Huh.
Yeah.
So totally new style.
Complete new
holds.
style. Yes. Also, traverses like this is something you don't have in a regular climbing gym.
Oh, we saw a dyno in Salt Lake City as well, quite a big one, and it's interesting. Yeah, as the setters are just doing some. They're starting to play, but David has gone. Sorry, you were saying. Sorry, I interrupted you about about LA.
The LA, yes, the local organizer is evaluating within the next month for a possible inclusion of paraclimbing and parasurfing, and it's not sure if it's an and or none of them. So everything is possible, and to be honest, when we saw the press release, we couldn't believe what was standing there, because to be honest, paraclimbing, we're coming from nowhere. We did never apply before on the Paralympics. There were 33 sports knocking on the door, 22 were in, that's the same they were in before. 9 were excluded right away, and there were some big, for example, parasailing, which were in the games before. And now paraclimbing and parasurfing gets possibly a chance.
There we go. Fingers crossed, everyone. Hannah McFadden is going. And Hannah's prosthetic is very interesting. I was trying to look at it. I don't think I've ever seen a prosthetic like that.
Yeah, athletes from the AL2 sport class may choose if they want to climb with or without prosthesis. The only sport class which is allowed to use additional tools, so to say. And the way they are designed is on their own. So some have climbing shoes on them, some have just nothing, and I think they're experimenting. They're trying around to see what works best. And it's a decision by the climber whether they want to climb with or without the prosthesis. If you have steep terrain, it's most likely you're in advance if you don't have one, because less weight, easier to move around. But for example, if it's just vertical or more technical routes, then for sure you're in advance if you have 2 legs.
Oh, she's making good use of it. Looking wrapping it underneath. Leg on as well.
Interesting rest there. But Rutzers did a really good job in not offering too many obvious rests. So not really knee bars or something here where you could really relax.
No, but she's using everything she can, almost sitting on that white volume there. Adjusts the left hand onto the crimp, then brings the right foot up. But this is a big move, and she looks like she might be struggling here.
Come on.
Slow or quick, she's got to make this decision. She's in silver medal at the moment. No, she falls. Seemed to get stuck between two minds then of what to do. So.
Yeah, quick decision making helps, but if you have a chance between, if you have to choose in between not good and also not good, what to do?
Yeah, who knows? Right, yeah, a classic climber's decision, that one. Right, Julien Gazak from France. We're watching him. And it's so 3D through here, Sebastian. It's
definitely. The wall is, when you're on the wall, it's really steeper than it looks. The middle part is around 10 meters overhanging. And so that means when you're coming down, you're really, really far away from the wall. And Julien Gazak is doing a great job there, not wasting too much power in the lower part, trying to calm down, stay composed, find the right balance. That's so crucial, that the first few meters of your route that you feel at home there. Because if you enter a route and you don't find your rhythm, don't find your wow.
What a no hands rest he's found.
He found it!
Straight, no hesitation. He must have spotted that one from the ground.
Wow. And before I just said there's no one. Well, there it is.
There is a big one, but we didn't spot that before. I didn't see it. But he didn't spend that much time there. I can't see the clock. 4 minutes on the clock, so we had got a bit more time.
Allez, Julien, ça va, hein? Come on.
Wraps the left leg, breathes heavy, looks upwards.
His rest was almost halfway up the wall, so he could take both hands off, so I think this is the chance for him to push really, really far. It will be very interesting to see if the following climbers will find the same rest as well.
Absolutely right. Well, he's spread across the wall now and needs to go from left back towards the right.
Luckily, the weather is looking really stable and good.
Yeah, usually it's stormy. I mean, at some point it will storm. Inevitably this week it's going to storm. It always does when I'm here.
Yeah, one session at least has to get interrupted because of thunderstorms.
Has to.
But today it looks like it's not paraclimbing.
Yeah, it won't be the para. Right, Julien is high up, and then on the right from Australia, Sarah Lancome has made quick work of this route. She's coming up towards the black volumes though. This is where things get tricky, more physical for the women.
And coming all the long way from Australia to Europe to participate in the Euro Series here. So that's so nice to see that we have more and more countries participating and athletes taking the effort and just be there. In my opinion, they're all winners just because they enter the competition, because they have gone through so many hard things, accidents, war, diseases. Some of them almost could have died.
Yeah, now they're here competing on the biggest stage. Sarah falls though. She says goodbye. Sarah's comp done. So we'll stick with Julien, who's still climbing up on the purple volumes.
Feet off, but still looking quite comfortable there.
Yeah, this heel hook is very useful. Jamie, well, it wasn't Jamie. Someone got, I think it was Jamie actually. Someone got a very good knee bar in that. You can press in from the dish into the sloper.
If you have the hip flexibility for that.
That's true. Yeah, it's awkward, isn't it, that rotation. Julien on the pinch with the heel still locked in.
Come on, Julien. Now up to the crimpy section here.
Yeah, crimp number one with the left foot. Brings the right foot all the way under, reaches through with the right hand.
Nice.
Look at this. We haven't seen a top at all in this comp, but could Julien be the first? Oh, now he looks like he's having to battle though. Can't see the hold. Does pop the right foot.
Good effort. Good effort. So, as I said before, the climbers decide whether they want to climb with or without prosthesis. And if they want to climb with prosthesis, they don't have much sensation in it, so they always have to look down, is the foot well placed or not, which is, you see there, it was basically a foot slip.
Yeah, I'd never thought that, because usually, like for me, if I'm standing on my foot, I can feel it.
Yes.
Like I know it's on something or
Exactly.
not on something. They can't. I had not. It sounds stupid, but I hadn't considered that.
Exactly. And in his case, it was the crimp wasn't. It was a bit tilted to the left, so his foot, he cannot move his foot. So that's then the problem to get it onto those bad footholds as well.
Absolutely. Well,
So now
Lucy Jarige is underway.
A real legend, climbing without prosthesis, as you see here.
The music in the background as well. What is that? Space Odyssey? It is Space Odyssey. The DJ, someone gave the DJ some inspirational tapes, clearly, because during the speed as well, he put Gladiator on, he put Star Wars for
Why
the
not?
intro music. I was loving it. Top Gun, especially happy for Top Gun. Right, Lucy. Lucy bumps over to the right.
Now you see, moves quick like this, changing from left to right is much easier if you don't have a prosthesis on.
Presumably the athletes will try both methods as well.
Yes, but they make a basic decision what fits best to their climbing style. So, well, once you get used to that, you stay on that.
Okay, so it tends to be. Do many athletes? You might not listen to this, but do many athletes swap ever? Does that happen?
No, to be honest, I didn't really see one. And funny thing also, if you see one of the athletes climbing without prosthesis, if you see them once with a prosthesis, walking around somewhere, it looks like really like wrong. something is different here.
Strange,
is it the same person I already know?
Alright, well, Lucy is on the traverse. Now, this is going to be interesting because she can't do the same heel hook. Look, she's
And
having to back with the toe.
Let's see, Sebastian Manze tried to get the knee in, but decided not to do, and he continues there.
Well, both athletes, I mean, that's a good example of how individual impairments do make a difference to roots, because Lucy had to do a weird back toe instead of a heel to get in.
Yes, and root setters have to make sure here that no matter if it's the right or the left leg which is amputated, and also if there is a prosthesis or not, that it's fair and the same for all of them.
Which is easier said than done, isn't it?
Exactly, because you see the root is not symmetric.
Yeah.
It's not like left and right has the same amount of holds and footholds.
You've got to test everything twice, basically.
Right, and that's why they need so much time, and also root setters to test everything. And root setters tested really this way. They tried with one leg on the left, on the right. They tried the same with arms, forearms. Then they just use the elbows. The only thing they are having a hard time on simulating is the RP categories. And also root setters.
Sorry, look at that powerful move though. Sebastian smashing up to the dish, and he's having to really fight to make the match. Now looks more comfortable.
Come on, Sebastian.
Lucy can't find the grip now. Gets the fingers piano style up onto that hold. Yeah, it's hard being a root setter for this category. You're right. But, Jamie. Sorry, Sebastian falls. But Jamie got the rope twisted up. Lucy Jarige is on the head walk. She's a couple of moves away from the top here. And she's the final climb, and I think, yeah, look how far out in front she is.
Let's see if she can show us the top.
Come on, Lucy, one big pull to come.
Come on.
Top jug is huge. Come on, up with the
Just a
right.
tiny crimp. That must be super pumped.
Super pump. She falls. Well, it's a gold medal. It's a commiseration. We don't care about the top at this point, do we?
No, yet another gold medal for Lucy. Perfect.
She's got to have the biggest gold medal coming. It's really enormous. If it was real gold, maybe it is. Well, you tell me. Real gold, Sebastian.
Actually, I don't know. I just have bronze medals.
Is it real bronze?
Actually, I don't know.
Don't test it. You don't want to find it. It can only be disappointing. Right, Sebastian goes. Alright, we watch Lucy, her big fight to the top. Right, well, this is confirmation of women's AL2. So Lucy Jarige, 43 plus, Sarah Luncombe, 25 plus, Anna Newton, 19 plus, and 18. We're probably nearing... Are we over halfway? We might be over halfway now.
It's more than halfway already.
Now, Sebastian, Frederick Lays is on, and a man you must have spent a bit of time with knocking around in isolations over the years.
To be honest, I haven't been that often in isolation.
Okay,
So today,
you're doing yourself down here, come on.
no, I have 3 bronze medals. And
Oh, just 3.
now number 4, but I don't have it yet.
Just a casual 4. That's very good.
And well, most of the time I was not in isolation. But Ray, by the way, he was the athlete representative before I took the position. So Ray is also, he invested a lot also to the community, for the sport, beside his climbing.
Was it some kind of like creep military style type of job?
No, it's quite easy. It's there are elections every 4 years, and my candidate in my time ends now in Bern, and I will not candidate again. So yeah, that's it. So I decided that I'm dancing on too many different parties, and I will not be off the game. But as I moved to Mallorca and not living in Germany anymore, things, logistics, and everything gets a bit more tricky now for me. And it feels for me also now like a chapter has been done. But I will stay for the IFSC also in the committee and bring my expertise in for sure.
We don't want to lose you, Sebastian. Right, Frederick, is he going to spot this knee bar, or can he use the knee bar more to the point as well?
He looks at it carefully now.
Nama is on from Israel on the right as well.
So see, for example, Frey has a climbing shoe on his prosthesis, but it would fit him, so he just continues.
Well, he has 2, doesn't he? Like, it's... Because I'm trying to look at the prosthesis now, because you've got the climbing shoe at the bottom, and something kind of sticking out near the bottom of the ankle.
There are 2 ways, 2 sorts of impairments which belong to AL2. It can be leg length difference or a loss of limb or amputation. And in Frederick's case, it's not an amputation. So it's just leg length difference. That's why it looks the way it is. It's congenital in his case, and for him this way works best. So he's using the same prosthesis for walking, just with a different shoe.
Nama is making good progress as well, but this is the hard part for her. The reach around the corner on that volume is a long way. Now she's got stood up, she should be able to bring the right. Yeah, gets the right locked into the crimp, and then 1 foot hold on, she's standing on the right hold. Frederick just resting on the jug.
Now coming the big move to the right.
I think the best way to do it is to go all the way around the side. Oh, Nama falls on the right of your screen. Right, yeah, so Frey has to do this big move around the corner. He's not, he's dropping in. Right, we just watched Nama as she celebrates. There is Frederick. Knee in. He's found the knee bar. Good work from him.
Nice wrist, Frederick. Nice one.
Yeah, he's clever. He's pushing his arm in as well.
Can he get his left off as well? On his right side, you see one of the bolts covered with one of those dual tracks. Hold. Come on!
Frederick didn't use that hold towards the right. Had to instead put a big old right bump in.
Nice one, Frey.
Himself set again. To the pitch, good angle on the wall. You can see everything. Reaches out left.
Now putting his full prosthesis on the volume. Now changing to the landing shoe.
Bumps out left. Crosses through, misses it.
Meanwhile, on the right, we see AU2 women category. While Frey is being lowered down to the ground.
Let's watch that again. The left grip.
Super fast.
On the right. We're watching a replay of Nama from earlier.
The first AU2 climber, by the way.
Right, now we see it.
The next athlete representative here. She's my female colleague, by the way.
She's an ex, is she? Yes. Confirmed, 100%. We're not revealing politics here.
No. Lucia was elected at the World Championships in Moscow, and so our 4 years are running overlapping.
Let's see. Right, Lucia, left foot up, upraise to a right heel, Hastic trusting, she rocks onto it. Around about where Nama felt. See, coming up towards it, 18 plus, she went. Now she's going to go ahead of her with this move, right. Tries to match the crimp, it's not really matchable. She's brought the left in, not leaving much room for her right hand. Has to go all the way through to the white jug.
On the left you see a specific protection for her stump, which makes it more comfortable for her to climb like this, because otherwise you would have to use tape, and if you use tape, every time you rip it off, the skin gets irritated. So this is an idea of Lucia, how to work around it and how to,
it's more like a sleeve.
Yes. It has a strap on so that it's really fixed in a solid way and not ripping off if you pull too hard on it. And you see there in detail it has also some kind of rubber on the inside. Construction.
Oh, you can see, yes, that's exactly doing that. Just flashing. Thank you very much. Right.
Come on, Lucia. Come on. And for our root setters, really interesting how they do these cruxes, and in a way that it works for both sides. Amplitude. Come on, Lucia. Yes. Strong move. Come on.
On the crimp. Oh, but that move is going to always be difficult. Reaching into the jug, but you just have to wrap it all the way around the stump.
But she looks happy with her performance. Really happy. Great, Lucia.
Good work for Lucia. Women's AU2 is 4 athletes deep. I think 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 athletes deep. And then we move on to AU3. AL2, Frederick is done. This is Albert Ferrer from Spain. Quickly through the bottom of the third room. Maureen Beck from the USA is getting tiny. Right. Now that is a look at that scoreboard really close to the top. Men doing everything on this route. Have to climb high to be in level contention position.
So it really shows that the no hand rest from Julien really made the difference. Albert, see what he does, he just continues climbing because he could not fit in his right side there.
Clever heel toe count though.
Oh yes, oh yes.
That's going to allow him to do these moves a bit easier, but he has to release it at some point.
Now taking a little rest. I would say like chalking means thinking.
For me it means panic usually.
Come on Albert.
Alright, so he's underway and there.
Maureen Beck from the US on her way.
Yeah, this bottom half of the route, we chatted about it earlier with Amy, but it's fairly straightforward. You just can't over grip. It's one of those starts, you know, just building your way into it, starting to get a bit of pump developed.
Exactly.
Super cut loose there on the left.
Competition routes are progressing towards the top as we need a selection. Clear selection. There's most likely not one big crux or just one difficulty from bottom to top. It starts easy, but then gradually towards the top it gets harder and harder and harder. Few of our athletes have made it. We haven't seen any top so far, so hard routes. Really, yeah. Yeah, but I think we have a few more special weapons to come.
By weapons you mean the athlete?
Sure.
Right. Okay, so both athletes still on the wall. Albert nearing the halfway point on his. Maureen about to enter the crux section.
Come on, Maureen. Whoa!
Falls before she can get involved with the traverse. Things are going to be tight on the scoreboard. We'll see it soon. Maureen goes second position ahead of the MCC, so that's good. Albert! Albert is up to 4th.
adjusting his knee protection he has on the left. And he really looks still quite comfortable there. Come on out there.
Power now, who's starting to burn out. Second gets upgraded to silver medal for Albert, with only Thierry Delbrue to go for France.
Let's see if Thierry can do something there, because Thierry is actually a legend.
Everyone's a legend here tonight.
Yeah, but Thierry is like, sometimes looks like he's just going for a walk.
Okay.
Yes. You will see.
So he's the legend of the legends.
I would say yes.
And this is Maureen when she fell, going up to the black, oh no, to the white hole before. Okay, Céline Pivet is underway, and I kind of just expect her to win everything, to be honest. She's one of those.
She's one of those where we hope to see a top.
Exactly, yeah, she could do it, that's true.
Same here with Thierry Delbrue. He's also the one where I would say he could top it.
Up. So we've got two potential toppies there.
So Thierry taking the last moments to look on the route. Yeah, by the way, 40 seconds to start. So you can take your time and you don't have to rush and to start right away.
I want him to start. I want him to get going. So I want to see the legend.
Those seconds are really crucial.
Smart knee bar there from Céline.
Wow.
Again, one I hadn't spotted.
It looks almost she could also take her right off, but decides to move on. Okay.
She's up and going, but nearing this crux section, which is proving real difficult. It's the right hand, it's missing the right limb, which is hard on this. Because you've got to come up to that bad white hole. Well, now she's getting through it.
Crossing through, yes. Matching the hold and moving on right away to the volume.
That is really good route reading from her. And look, up at the second.
That's what I mean when I say strategy and ball management. There are sections where you have to be quick and others where you can slow down, compose, take your time, plan the next move.
She's just been confirmed as the winner, in fact. But this move is super hard. She's going to have to lock it off with the left. Drop down almost to it, I think. Let's see, she's got the left on, she's wrapped the right hand, watch the toe, straight on, good precision.
I see Thierry is not using the knee bar so far. He decides to move on.
Big heel. Oh, tried to toe hook.
We'll see if Julien can make the difference by you finding and using it. Come on, Thierry.
Right, Thierry gets a right foot, leans backwards. Look how overhanging the wall is. Good example of that. Shouldery move to get back into the wall. Céline Pivet is onto the orange head wall section.
The last few meters towards the top. Now the road's getting less steep here. But the pump is there.
Right hand up for Céline. Yeah, she's resting a lot here. Thierry as well. Look, high heels for rest for him.
He's still looking really relaxed. Let's see what he does with the next, say, Cruxy section out to the right.
Gets a right heel and drops down to the jug. Céline is also resting. Legs together.
Team France on the wall.
Team France is dominating everything. It's a bit unfair. Just get another hand. Right, look, his left leg though is kind of wrapped in the rope. The right.
Come on, Thierry. Looking so relaxed doing this move, so controlled. Just taking a little rest.
Oh, and the pinch got it. The cross through eventually. She rested for a long time before getting comfortable.
Great performance from Céline. Congratulations.
French next question. You've done this to me twice. Munich as well. When you won a medal.
And Briançon, yes, but there
Briançon, that was it.
And Briançon, I was told on stream while we were talking because I didn't get it. This time I had a little time to sink in.
Well, Thierry is nearing the top.
Come on, Thierry. By the way, the venue MC explained me when I was coming up here.
Right, look at this. He's nearing the top. We might see our first top.
Come on, Thierry.
Complete control.
Come on.
But there's a move and then a big move to the jump.
Now come on. Crossover. To the top. Jump.
Oh! That's going down. Foot pop possibly across the room.
At least he touched it.
So men's AL2 is done. You called it, Sebastian. That is our winner here this evening. The AL2.
Thierry de la Rue. Super. Congratulations.
Watch it again. Watch the foot. It might have been a slip. It's not really on anything with that left.
Just jumping from the right, yes. Now you see, your prosthesis can only fit straight. Directly. There's no chance to turn it 50 degrees. So, there's no much option, but incredible performance, yes.
Jeffrey Delarue, 60 plus. Oh, the big category actually. Lots of athletes in it.
Definitely always a strong category for years already.
Already underway is 8 women, 8 and 3. Emily McDermott from Canada.
So AU3 is a new sport class we have this year. We're talking about finger impairment, loss of limb or finger amputation here. Our classifiers saw among the Paraclimbing family that this specific impairment, which was before climbing RP3, deserves its own sport class. So they decided to give it a try. And you're falling off here.
There you go. So new category, new set of athletes, or athletes that have been reaching from other categories.
They have been rearranged.
Reaching to. So she was in a different category and
yes.
moved to AU3.
Exactly. And for AU2, they would have been too much of a risk, so they have a risk. I think the minimum impairment criteria that 6 elements of your finger have to be missing at least. So they have more use compared to Solano here.
And are the athletes happy with the new categories?
Yes, they are, especially because, but no one knows what to expect at the moment. So for rooters it's new, for the athletes it's new as well. And by the way, it's just the second World Cup and both sport classes, on the men's and the women's side of things, are filled with athletes. So I would say the classifiers are a brilliant idea, just brought it to stage.
That's good. I sometimes don't hear much good things. That's a good thing. Excellent. I'm glad. Genuinely glad. And of course, Sebastian, we talked to everyone. Let's hang on. First of all, Manka Smrka from Slovenia is underway.
There you see on the left, you see there is a wrist, there is a hand, but the hand is not complete. So this would be, let's say, a big difference to the AU2, where the forearm is missing. And also for RP3, it's completely a different impairment, which, before I would say they were a bit lost in RP3. And now they get their own space, so to say, where they can compete. And I'm sure that if the sport goes further, maybe we see more types of impairments showing up, where classifiers say like, hey, we see a chance here, we see potential, we see the need for a change, because at the end, the goal of classification is always that we group the athletes together, that's not the least impaired ones. So more that the athlete who brings the best performance in comparison to his limitations wins. There will always be a low end and an upper end, but in classification we try to group at least roughly to make it fair. And you see, if we would put everyone on one group, it would not work at all, because we are having difficulties here between 60 plus, which was not top, by the way, and 8A something. And so there is need for different sport classes and separation in between environments.
Yeah, just to make the sport interesting as well, and challenging for everyone.
And fair.
Right, Manka is on the traverse part. This really difficult move around the corner. Oh, she falls on the black volumes. That section is causing a lot of people problems.
We can't with few more climbers to come.
She might have hurt her knee there. She's holding on to it. She's okay. Just been a tweak when she came off. Her knee, they're looking at her. She's holding it left or the right. Oh yeah, there she starts holding it. Hopefully she
must have been from before. So yeah, congratulations. performance, and I hope the medics will take care for sure.
Well, she's walking on her own speed, but a bit of a limp going on, so yeah, she needs
There you see the medics standing right in front of the stage. They're also backstage, so in case something happens.
I was about to say, he's in the wrong place.
Yes.
Someone needs to move rapidly. Next up, final athlete in the AU3 category, Rosalie Chabet from Germany. Your teammate. Go on,
Yes.
tell me a bit about Rosalie.
Rosalie, by the way, we know her for many, many years. She's just 17 years old. It's her second IFSC year, but we know her already for maybe 4 or 5 years. And she sometimes goes to able-bodied competitions, like local fun cup, and crushes. Yes, and crushes and shows the old people how things go. So Rosalie, you see on her see right away. One arm, she has a few fingers. Her right is complete, but the left, you see just 2 fingers she can grab with. Rosalie is, I think she has a great career to come. It started already. On the top. Yes,
It's funny
definitely.
when you have young athletes and you're like one to watch out for and they're winning medals.
Exactly.
They've arrived, okay? We should have been watching them. Forgot.
Exactly.
She's underway. Sebastian, you've hyped her up a lot. She better not fall early. Otherwise she will listen to this back and
we have a debrief. Internal debrief.
Is that code name for an arm?
I don't know. I will be partying tonight for sure.
Right, Rosalie is up into the dishes, moving quickly on the wall.
Come on over. Yes. Grabs that.
That dish is instead of a creepy dish, slippy, thin. She brings the left up nicely. Good climb from her.
So I suppose this is something like 7-ish around that. So if you want to try this at home, AU3 is actually something you can try for yourself. Just go to your climbing gym, pick the next 7 plus, and just use, for example, let's say 2 fingers on one side, and then you can see how Rosalie feels.
Yeah, that's a good point. Rosalie's nearing gold medal position. She might have just got it. Wait for the score to be updated. There it is, moving into 23, so it's a gold medal and a bit of a victory lap from now on.
Right, come on, now 24, 25. Come on. Rosalie, you already have it. She doesn't know, but for sure you want to come as far as possible. Reaching out to the right. Oh, come on.
This release and accuracy around the corner is so important. She misses with the heel, now just gets it. I think it's on the very edge though.
Come on, match it. Rosalie, come on.
Yeah, she didn't have it properly.
No, she wants to basically match first and then swing the feet. Come on, Rosalie. She can make it work. Come on, Rosalie.
Left toe on. Now into the first and only real jug in this toothless system. There it is. Needs to do the classic toothless thing. Using some crimps to the side, some toothless. That's interesting. So she's gone back to the right rack to rest. We haven't seen anyone do that.
Looks quite confident.
It does. I mean, often as paraclimbers find rests and moves that I didn't notice. You know, I'm like, wow, where did that come from?
Come on, Rosalie, shaking out confident there. Switching hands. Looking down into the public. Come on. Give her time to shake. Yes, Rosalie.
Reaches up with the right, misses it though. We're trying to work out the sequence, I think, more than anything.
Just to get her feet up first. Come on, to have enough pressure. No, I would say feet up first. Come on, Rosalie. Super stretched. Come on.
Gets the left locked in. She's got to go towards the ret though.
Almost. Come on.
Drops back down. She's going to go back to the wrap. She is. Where's the clock? I'm going to try and see it. No clock. Ticking away so far. No time on this? I can't actually remember.
No, well, 6 minutes. 6 minutes. 6 minutes as the normal lead rule. By the way, the competition rules are the same. They're just tiny adjustments like, okay, we have a double top rope system here instead of clipping quick draws. but our competition rules are basically the same.
Yeah, the clock I was looking at had actually frozen, which is why I was confused on the stage. Right.
So, getting back to the rest.
And she is in first position, but she doesn't know it though, of course.
No. Come on, Rosalie. Taking some time to calm down, reorientate. Come on, now she puts the feet up first. And yes, come on. That's it. Yes.
Yelin. This is good climbing. She's figuring this out.
Strategically super strong. Come on, Rosalie. The next one's super bad. Wow.
Falls and swings backward, but that is a gold medal.
She doesn't know yet, just wondering like, what did I do there actually? Rosalie, you were loving this.
Hopefully we got to see the moment where she gets confirmed. I don't think anyone's told her yet. So
she didn't realise it.
She's trying to work her way through that tooth system.
Super pumped and then having just... Yeah. That's it. What a great performance, Rosalie. Congratulations.
Well, there we go. Rosalie Chabet, 33 plus for Romanka in second, 23, and Emily 16 plus. That's our top three, and only three on AU3. Okay, now we're on to B category, so visually impaired categories. And Sebastian, this is pretty unique, isn't it? Because the stadium's going to go from pumping, screaming people into silence.
Complete silence, yes. And it's the first time I think that visually impaired sportcasters are climbing the last section. As we have here our climbers and a side guide who gives instructions up to the wall where to climb and how to climb. We need complete silence so that those two are not distracted by the audience.
Plan, so everyone needs to be. We don't in the commentary box, so I find it very difficult to not to talk at a normal volume.
Yeah, but they cannot hear, so we can do whatever.
I know,
we
but
want.
I forget that.
Yes.
And I start whispering, or I start like bringing it very intensely. Yes, it's like yeah, exactly that. This is great. Exactly. Well, I can't do that.
So first we're going to start with men and women B3, and then having men B2 and men B1.
Introduced once again. Sebastian, you were up there earlier. What did that feel like?
The crowd's really big, so the stadium down there is, I would say, almost filled up. Now you can see anymore, but when I left the stage it was really full. And hear it for sure, like big emotions.
It must feel amazing to look out and see some pretty famous faces out there as well in the crowd.
Sometimes as our able-bodied athlete colleagues are here as well for the next days. Tomorrow we have the boulder here in the same venue. They are here also, and some of them are watching for sure.
There is Team Austria. Looking out, and again, different categories of visual impairment. So one, the least visually impaired, three the most. But
the other way around.
Other way around. Sorry, other way around. Why do B3 wear blindfolds?
No, B1.
B1 wear blindfolds. So why?
B1 wears blindfold because to make sure they have equal vision. Very important. B1 means they can only distinguish, for example, between light and daylight or no light, and to make sure we have exactly the same conditions here, they have to climb blindfolded. B2 and B3 have vision left. B2 a little bit, B3 a bit more. It depends on the visual acuity you have, so that means how sharp is the image you see there, and /or also the visual, the angle you see. So the question is, do you just see, for example, like slope line, or just something in the right up corner of your eye? And all of that is then grouped into our three spot classes, and then our visual impaired climbers have the side guides there. You see them next to each other, standing behind them, and they have to train together. They have to.
Sorry, Harry, is that a bottle of champagne in this bag?
I'm not sure.
Definitely was a bottle of champagne.
And the bag has some more additional equipment. Also here we see our blind dogs. Normally dogs are not allowed in convention. An exception for sight guides for blind company dogs.
There's quite a few big names in this category as well. I think the show especially seems to have won every single competition I've ever been talking about in climbing from Japan. Our crowd's still hanging out, having some picnics here in the sun. And the sun is beginning to set on this thing. Wonderful orangey red light.
TGB here as well.
There's Richard. They had a running joke because they went the wrong way in Salt Lake City. And,
well, for visually impaired, that's fine.
Well, it turned out not to be. That was the problem. But it was kind of like a mutual error. And then from Romania, the Romanian team. Dog wagging.
Yeah, that's around so many minutes. Now going on to Team Spain. So cute dog. And here we have Shoaita. He won so many medals. So there's no vision left, and for sure I trust him. So also for the visually impaired climbers, they're also climbing on-site format. So in the past they got video demonstrations they could practice on. Now it has been changed, so they only have, like all the other sporters, have 6 minutes time for observation, while they are with their side guides on stage and can practice during those 6 minutes the routes. So 6 minutes to trying to get an idea on where to go, how to do it, and that's also the reason why the side guide needs to be able to climb this route, to read the routes, and also to feel what the athlete feels, to dive into his moves and give him the right direction, direct him the right way.
But also what's tricky is usually we start with the visually impaired category,
right,
we're finishing with it. So that route reading happened a long time ago.
Well, yes, and I think now around about 2 hours, and we'll see how much they could keep in there.
Around about 3 hours, in fact. We started the
really?
broadcast at 6. Yeah, it's now coming up to 10 to 9.
Wow. I just had to keep it like 15 minutes in my mind.
Yeah, you were fine, and then you came up here. Right, this is B3 category. As we flick through, and then B3 men B3. Sorry, was women. Team Romania, 2 athletes in the final.
Also Team Germany and Team Swiss here on stage.
It's funny, I had Amy, who was in before you, was Swiss, so she was very biased towards the Swiss, and you can be very biased towards the Germans. So yeah, I feel like we're being neutral by being biased.
And it's yet another Sebastian.
It's true.
And by the way, we now have 3 Sebastians in Team Germany.
Really?
Yes.
All in the para team?
All in the para team, and 2 are even from RP1. But the other Sebastian didn't make it to finals, but he's down there as well.
Do you have nicknames?
No, not yet, but we have to find a way, because
surely someone's a Seb.
Yes, but we haven't decided on that yet. But now during this event we really saw like we have to sort this out somehow, because every time someone says Sebastian you think you're the one, but you're actually not, and it's
yeah,
super irritating.
You guys need like a round table undercover conference of Sebastians.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then we do it with scissor, paper, rock.
I want to be the mediator in this. I just have to see this meeting. Right, we're having a look at another look at Route A, and Sebastian, you were pretty well acquainted with this route, having tried it earlier.
Well, I just know the first 20-something moves up until the crack. I really want to know. I'm pretty sure you could place a hand jam there.
I tell you what's going to be insane is the traverse.
Yes.
For the visually impaired category, because it's blind anyway. Well, maybe it'll make it easier. The move around the corner is kind of blind, but like trying to hit a jib on a big black volume when you can't see it is going to be full on.
Exactly, and you know how it feels, Matt, right?
I tried it. That's true. A couple of years ago. Yeah.
You tried it a couple of years ago, and how did you feel?
Insecure the entire time. Like I knew I was on big holds.
Yes.
But I was still pumped because I didn't know how good the hold was. I didn't know if I was holding the big hold in the right way.
Yeah, and you overcrimp everything.
Everything. Yeah. I was holding on so hard, and I thought also I was miles off the ground when I definitely wasn't. You know, in my head I was 25 meters up with the wind blowing in my hair.
And it was just 2.50 meters.
Yeah, it was pathetic. Yeah. Terrible. right, Linda Lebon from Austria is on the left, and then
Team
Quemo.
Romania.
Oh, sorry. Where are we here? Team Romania. So Daniel on the right. So Linda on the left, Daniel on the right. And now you can hear that silence, Sebastian. It's time to do this. Yes. We don't need to.
No, we don't. So Venue MC now has a task to calm down the public, which was used to cheering and giving full speed all the way. And I love the intensity because you want to put the energy somewhere, but you're not allowed to.
Exactly, yeah, it bubbles up. But when they finish climbing, you'll hear an explosion.
For sure.
And if you're watching at home as well, I expect you to be shouting as loud as possible, please.
Please do so. So you see the microphone headset is on. Not everyone uses them. Some also shout. But maybe we're going to have a change in the difference, because if you have one team using the headphones and the other one shouting, or maybe two shouting at the same time in the same language.
Bit distracting, eh?
Bit distracting, maybe.
All right, well, both climbers are underway. Daniel faster moves through, and then on the left is Linda. She's underway as well.
So both are B3, that means they have vision left, and the most in comparison to all the other sport classes, B2 and B1. So they have their own visually input from their eyes that they can process and decide on their own, and the side guide gives additional information there. So normally they use the clock system. That means, for example, they say like, okay, 12 o'clock, good jog, right, then sort the feet. No, that's a dual text foothold which covers the bolt, which is a super good invention. We saw it also in lead World Cups to avoid protest and appeals because someone stepped on bolts.
It's a brilliant invention unless you're visually impaired.
Exactly.
It's a foothold, and then it's a problem.
If they use it, they realize quickly, okay, this must be dual text, because you feed it right away, it doesn't work for you. And one of the good inventions just for paraclimbing.
So Linda, oh, again she tried to stand on that hole, moves away from it, and now look at that precision. That's what blows my mind. I know she's being told it's there, but
and it's all crimpy there. You see, it's crimpy, slightly overhanging there. You have to traverse. That's where you see the more technical style coming up here.
Yeah, it really is. The body tension as well. And on the right, Daniel is into the white slopers. He's got to work out how to match it, which he does, and then he'll be going for a good hold and a chance to rest, but he is pausing here. Really focused silence here in the stadium. Linda on the crimps.
Come on, and there you see the crack I was talking about. I mean, it's opening, but I think it should work.
Sebastian wants the hand jab. Couldn't get. This is where you fell around the corner. This bit.
Just the move up there. That's where I fell on. Exactly. The move which is coming now. Come on in now.
Now this is a big move. She's got to trust that that crack is going to be there.
Yeah, and the hole to the right is really open. It's big. You're already pumped. Yeah, come on.
Well, there she goes. Gets the thumb engaged. Also, Daniel's reached a resting point on the right. All action here in the Finalist category for climbing. Coming up to 9 p.m. Central European time. I think we're going to run over a little bit over the scheduled time, which is meant to finish at 9:15.
Now looking for the next hole to cross. Oh no, she goes out with the right. Okay, come on, Linda.
Halfway through the route.
Don't get your foot stuck in that crack. Come on.
Right, reaches up. Needs to be a bit higher. Back toe on. Daniel on the right reaches up to a black jug. And he has to do a big swing. I think he might go. No, he's not. He's gone to the white intermediate. Rocks onto it. And needs to get left. Can't match that. There's not enough room. The stage is incredible. Everyone being super respectful down there.
Both climbers more than halfway up the wall and climbing quite consistent, just steady, going on and on and on.
She's on the steepest part of the wall before it kicks back into more vertical section, so she's going to be battling the pump here. This could be a difficult move. She's got to bump the right hand. Meanwhile, onto the traverse is Daniel. Crosses through. This is where things are going to get super difficult for him.
And then hitting the green. Let go. Come on, no, it's getting really hard.
Yeah, he's pumped and falls. Gave it everything with a smattering of applause, but I realised Linda's still climbing.
Please.
That's a tricky one to do. Linda is having to really battle here. Now
on,
fingertips on. She knows where the hold is.
Yeah, she can see it for sure. And some of the athletes have, as I said, peripheral view. That means maybe they see just a black point in the middle of their eye, and around they see everything. So some of them can see their feet and their hands at the same time, and others, for example, they just look like through a pipe and have them to scan the wall with their head. And yeah, there is a difference, and we're still trying to figure out how to find a way to make maybe the visually impaired classification system more sport-specific, but because the definition we have at the moment is the one which is used across almost all power sports.
Thank you for the explanation. Always good to know Sebastian's got encyclopedic knowledge of this sport, and Linda, meanwhile, has fought her way through that Crux move, and now goes. That's a good high point. The audience are released. They can cheer. 34 is her score.
Now they're allowed to make some noise, and they do.
Good work for both athletes.
So if we have some climbing ophthalmologists out there who can assist us, ophthalmologist. That's the doctor responsible for the eye.
I had no idea that was a word. Seriously?
Yes.
Ophthalmologist.
Ophthalmologist.
Wow. Thank you.
Genuinely. Because we need someone who understands the physics and the nature of climbing and brings that together with our medical side of things, and maybe we can do some improvement here.
Well, Daniel, how can they contact you? What's your Instagram for people who want to learn more?
You have to search for Bechti2go or just my name, Bechti2go. I realized it's a short form for Bechterew, the disease I have, but I realized later for other languages than German it's a bit hard to understand. But if you search for Sebastian Debke, my full name, you will find me for sure.
There we go. Well, thank you. Sebastian, your teammate.
The other Sebastian.
The other Sebastian. Tell me a bit about Sebastian.
Sebastian lives in Switzerland, so he's training with Team Swiss, and I think it's just his second appearance in competition so far. So quite new to the whole thing, and finds his way right to finals.
He's in a position on the left. Ionet from Romania is underway as well. I tell you what, Linda, the climber before on the left, had such endurance on that route. Held on forever. Sebastian is really quickly, in fact, through to the first big, good hold up there, which is that next ball. He tries to wrap the lower ball. Mella with the left heel. Now drops it down and goes towards the right. Sebastian powers up towards the slopey crimp. Trying to work it out. Right hand on the edge of it, left hand in the middle. Slip.
Team Romania on the left. Try to see. Can I use the foothold? No, it's too takes. Take the blue one out there.
That's what it is in an awkward position. I mean, it's not any setter's field when the box is there.
Exactly. They cannot remove it due to static reasons. How the wall was built, because the wall itself is hold on to those elements as well.
So tense atmosphere as both athletes. Near really the Crux is their route. That was the crack that did Sebastian Wagner before that. Sebastian's cracks he wanted to use hand gel.
Exactly, because in the past the hardest stuff I ever climbed were cracks, and I'm really into this stuff. I'm so happy to see it appearing here in our comps as well. I was always hoping for it.
Well, Hank, keep an eye on Sebastian. Yeah, he looked shaky. He looked like he wasn't there. The smattering applause starts just pumped out, I think, before he could begin the traverse. That meant that route D really tricky for the visually impaired climbers. But on route A, Nuala is making good progress. Provisional silver, second athlete out. 2 to go, so if she can jump ahead, she will be guaranteed a medal.
Now you see she's asking her side guide and showing to the host they have two ways communication. It's not just one way, they can discuss actually. And shout if something goes wrong. It's, "Ah!"
I wouldn't want two-way communication, I just want it one way.
And especially sometimes if the...
There is the side guide you were talking about. So he's talking into the radio headset, running around, describing the next moves, the next holds. And in fact, so we made a film earlier on today of a side guide and a climb, and it amazed me how much the side guide moved around on stage.
Yeah, because we have to see the wall from different angles, to see the hold from different sides. When I inspect the wall, I also lay down on stage in different positions to see it from different angles and to get a better idea on what's up there.
So the sight guide is getting their daily steps in down below, and meanwhile up on the wall she's nearing first position. One more move, up she goes. That'll be the 34, and wait for the plus when she uses it.
Now searching for the next big one. It's there, but it's far away.
It's far away, but she has moved into first position.
Come on.
Count back on the same hold.
Maybe jumping. Come on.
Oh, too far to the left.
Oh, almost could stick it.
Yeah, she dropped and held it, didn't she, with two fingers for a second.
And almost lost the headphone. Sometimes we already saw headphones falling down.
That's complete carnage out there on the stage. Well, this was the move. So she went up, had to reset, missed it the first time. Look, dropped down to two fingers on that crimp. Tricky stuff.
Yeah, the replay of Sebastian falling off on the traverse.
Yeah, so Sebastian had the heel in but couldn't get his way out of that position, and he falls.
Sometimes if the athlete decides, okay, the information coming from down there is wrong, they just go their own way. Especially with B3 and B2, as they have their own visual information. Sometimes they just do. We also have other visually impaired athletes, and I also tried calling them, guiding them, and it's really, really, really stressful.
Yeah, I bet.
And then you mix up left and right.
Yeah, something I do on a regular basis anyway.
Yeah, and then it's the other right or the other left, and I mean, if both mix it up, no problem.
Right, this is Roland Palix from Switzerland, who's very quickly into the traverse. Now, this is where we lost Sebastian. And he's in a similar position. We'll need to get some kind of a heel in to take some pressure off those arms and rest. But at the moment, powering through, just catches the left shoulder. Stands. Oh, he's got to trust that. I mean, that traverse, absolutely savage. Because the moves don't really, if you tried to describe that traverse to someone, you'd be like, okay, there's no feet. You're going to get your feet above your head and then go all the way left onto a hidden foothold. I mean, I'd just give up then.
And try to do something somehow.
Yeah, I mean, look, because I mean, what does he do? He's got to get a heel in. That's a challenging sequence.
It only works if you push to the left on that side.
Yeah. So, proving tricky. But in the spotlight is Abigail Robinson from Great Britain. More than capable of winning gold.
Definitely, definitely. And there's not just visual acuity and the visual field, which can be different. It's also the visually processing capability. So how fast are you capable of processing in your brain the information you get from your eye? That then turns out in a speed you can climb, right? And that's something, for example, you cannot measure or put into relation somehow. So visually impaired climbing classification is so much more complex. And I had a chat with visually impaired classifiers, and it really opened my eyes that this is not easy.
No, absolutely. I mean, the classification process is a nightmare. But we're watching now Abigail on the crimps and through the crux, cruising. So that will put her in first position and looking very, very strong. And Cosmin on the right is underway on his route as well. Up to
moving really, really quick, yeah, in comparison to the others before.
Yeah, he is. He missed the crimp but adjusted. Look how smooth he's climbing, just trusting every movement.
It also depends if the side guide has to announce the foothold as well, or if the athlete can remember the position on his own, and the side guide only has to announce, for example, the big holds. That makes also a big difference in terms of speed and coming from experience for sure. So there we see the traverse.
Oh yeah, this is it,
including knee bar.
I mean, how do you, I mean, yeah, look at how has he hit that first time. Drops down to the bottom one.
It's B3, they have vision left. They see something with their own eye, but it's not what we think. If, for example, if you're wearing glasses, if you take your glasses off, you cannot compare that. Not at all. You won't get a driver license like this.
Well, look, we're about to see our first top, I think. Abigail is cruising through.
Come on!
You can hear the audience want to get involved in this. It's sort of bubbling away underneath us.
Starting the feed.
One move away, she's going to match it. And that is a top. First top. That is brilliant.
Actually, they shouldn't do that now because Cosmin is still on the wall, also nearing the top. Come on, just a few moves more to go.
Yeah, Cosmin could have this. Okay, but this is hard up there.
Two moves, come on. Little crimp, but still looking confident. And there it is!
It is a top, and now the crowd are released, and now they can fully cheer for both athletes.
Wow! Our first two tops.
First two tops. It's taken a few hours to get here, but we're here.
What a strong performance.
Yeah, that could be a win. What a win, stripes go off, fantastic performance from both athletes, opposite ends of the lead wall, spectacular. Look at that match, cross through, didn't ever look particularly difficult for Abigail, did it?
Not at all.
Just cruising. And same really for Cosmin, just power moves, real precision, onto that orange hold, reach through, this was the top tricky part, it's a gold, well it's not, oh yeah, gold medal for Cosmin. But on women's B3, Edith Scheinecker has got to come out. So there's one more to go.
So Edith qualified better than Abigail.
She did, yeah. So it could be a real fight, and it could go down to count back if there's two tops. Edith is going to be all alone on stage climbing.
So the cycle now introducing and placing her into the wall. He introduces the foothold, the handhold, they're checking. Both 40 seconds to get started in the route, so no rush there. Take your time. And off she goes.
Right, she's ready and underway, and this lady can do magic things. She's got crazy endurance. Up with the right foot, up with the left. Twists in, turns, and creeps away towards that good hold. Needs to trust it, commit to it. All the tension. Hasn't quite flow yet. There's a left foot there. Decides to ignore it and just trust the right. A few difficulties early on. They're a bit more positive. That might have settled her down. Good work. She's on to the bigger holds.
Come on, Edith.
And she's got the top to take victory. No, how much pressure that puts on that. She'll probably have heard the cheers from backstage.
David, you can feel it. If it takes so long, someone most likely not fell in the first 2 meters.
Edith knows she has to climb high.
Searching for the crimp.
Blocks it off, twists the body, finds the first small blue footholds. Crosses up, choosing not to pitch, just to crimp.
Now next potential through move, or just bumps out with the right to the right one so that you can match with the left. Perfect.
Good work. Now there's a big jug to come, but it's awkward.
If you hit it on top, it's better. I think I just hit it on the lower part. I'll have to pinch it. The foothold around the corner, she found it really crucial there. And almost jamming.
Almost.
Almost.
I think it might be a bit too flared for a jam. She's got, it's certainly a good flat handhold. She knows she needs to get the next grip with the left hand, gets it in, and then turns it into a side pass. She rotates it.
Come on, Edith. If you would jam there, it would be a good rest. If it's an open crack, right hand, it should work. Come on, Edith.
Towards the next big hole. Get that. Now we'll take the opportunity to rest. Shake out your face there. She does it straight through. Down and now shakes out as she goes up with the right.
Still looking very confident, well composed.
This is where things kick back a bit. So from this panel section, you can see the break in the wall. Things really get steep.
Now we're starting the steepest part of the wall. Come on, Edith, reaching out to the good one. Almost hitting the foothold. Ah, there it is.
Just the right hand, bumps it over, crosses in, matches.
Third place now. Edith on her way to the podium.
She has climbed slow and steady so far. When you think of Abigail, she just cruised through, but she's going to get towards the silver medal if she can make this move. It's a big one up. This is where others have struggled. Up, misses it, gets it just with the fingertips. 3 gasps there. To stifle that one.
Come on, Edith, sorting her feet. Foothold up there. Wow.
She's nearing the end of the steep section. Moves to go. That's a good jug. Wraps around it. Feels good for her. She's got to upgrade that right foot.
Oh, that costs a lot of energy. Come on, Edith.
Have an opportunity to rest here. Massive. The size of the chalk bag as well makes complete sense. I was trying to work out why it's so large, but you just want a big target to hit. With the left hand onto that. It looks like a dual text. Matches it. Slowly.
It's a dish. Come on, Edith.
Right, I'm racing the right foot to stand that dual text surface.
Nearing the top.
Oh, she falls! So that is going to be a silver medal, but look how far ahead Abigail Robinson is. Miles away.
Second place for Edith.
Silver medal for her. Super good. Bit of a shake of the head. It was one of those climbs. A tricky one, but she's dancing away. super happy.
Now the emotions released down there.
Well, that was the move, really. Sticking that left hand with just 2 fingers. And then fell. That's how close to the top she was. Just going over the lip onto the head wall. Okay, well, men's B2 and B1 are remaining. 2 categories, and they'll be on route number C, which is the one right in the middle of the wall. If you're just joining us, well, we're coming to the end now of our paraclimbing finals here in Innsbruck, Austria. My name's Matt Groom. I'm joined by Sebastian Depp, who's won a medal. He's going to go to a podium soon.
Yes.
That makes it a late night for you.
Yes, and a good party, I think so.
You keep mentioning this party. I've yet to be invited to this party. Have I been excluded?
I mean, if you want, you can join, but I heard that you have a job to do tomorrow.
Apparently so,
And
yeah.
the day after.
And the day
and
after
the
that.
day after.
The day after.
And the day after.
It's a long weekend. It's a big weekend.
So,
fine. I'll consider myself uninvited. That is men's
for
meeting.
sure.
Are you firing me from a party so I can do my job? You're like my mum.
Really?
This is brilliant.
My mum is there down as well.
And then B1 finally, that will be our last category taking place. So that is the last 2 groups of climbers will come out. Lovely shot of the Innsbruck Mountains there. Clouds starting to come in a little bit in the stadium. Not quite as dark as it looks on the camera shot there, but it's nearing dusky darkness, which is lovely. Right, Primo.
Team Spain here on stage. Taking the first steps towards the rope. Victor, the coach from Team Spain, is guiding him through the wall.
Yeah, so D-Layer gets everything set up. Cool. Slight guide. Suddenly the pressure comes on them.
So now introducing him to the route. Now we see here B2, that means he has some vision left, but not as much as B3, what we saw before. So what I expect here is a climbing style which is a bit slower, a bit less coordinated, as they rely much more on the information coming from their side guide.
That's what's in store. It's a pretty long route, this. Split into sections, yellow at the bottom and then red, blue, white, green at the top. So you can see where you are, or not. You can know which section the athletes are on. So, silence once again as he starts to climb. And Sebastian, you've been told you have to leave us. You have to go and get a medal, apparently. So
okay.
I will say goodbye to you. So your coach just came in the room and said, I need him. So, Sebastian, thank you very much for your help, man. Lovely
Thank
to
you,
see
Matt.
as always.
Thank you, Matt.
Enjoy that podium.
I'm sorry, I was thinking that we're going to have a chat session.
Sadly not. You have to leave me. But goodbye and thank you.
Goodbye.
See you later, bud. All right, so Sebastian is off. And meanwhile, we stick with Guillermo as he comes through the second half, second part of the bottom of the wall. Sebastian goes to attend a medal ceremony. So he left with me at the end here as we count things down to the end of this paraclimbing competition. So very respectful silence as he wraps his hands about the big red volume. Gets a left heel up, and now we'll start the journey over to the left. You've got to trust some pretty bad pinches here. Reaches up towards the bolt hole. No easy hold. He's got to go way to the left. Now gets it, locking that right arm off to get himself into position. Full concentration as he stares up. And he's literally doing like a clock. Well, it depends on different systems. But it is kind of like a clock they often use, so 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock for where the feet are, same with the hands. But look at this battle now. Guillermo struggles, but gets through to the big red volume, and now he will take a second, but climbing quicker. I think the pump is starting to kick in. Knee scrubbing there, goes up to the first of the crimps, wraps a leg around, and then he'll reach up, high up and right above his head. Sits down on that right foot.
Eso es. Vale, recoges, tienes una muy cerquita, Guille. Volveremos a juntar manos y abrimos pie derecho. ¿Está? Ahí, sí, ya abre pie derecho. Más a la derecha. Eso es. Vale, juntarás manos.
Oh, big foot slip though.
Ahí, ponlo un poco más.
His right foot, there's only a jib really that he needs to get. Gets it on, foot shaking. Can you imagine how hard it is just to trust that your toes on the right bit of that hold? But needs to rotate through it, and foot swap. Does that well. Reaches up to the left hand. Bumps the foot up. I thought he was gone a long time ago. He keeps going. Right hand wrapped around. And up to the left pinch. Steady stuff so far, but he's standing on not very much and gets a ridiculously high left foot. He's got to rock all the way up, pushing with the right elbow down onto that red volume. There's a big murmur from the crowd there from somebody. Quickly dropped into silence. Look at this, hip pressed against the volume, standing up more than halfway through this route now. Into the dishes with the right, wraps the left around, brings the feet into the match and steps out with the left foot onto that red jib. All the way over with the left hand, and these underclings so difficult. You have to be precise, not all of it is good. Left foot on, matches with the right. And a big move up to the blue volume sends him back down towards the floor of the arena. solid effort. I thought he was pumped a long time before he fell, so good work from Guillermo. The music kicks in immediately, almost signaling to the athletes themselves they can breathe again. So next athlete out will be Raul Franco from Spain, teammate of Guillermo. When he enters that lit up tunnel on the right hand side of your screen, you can see. Gold medal in Salt Lake City, has the potential to take a medal here. A little bit down the rankings in terms of qualifying, doesn't mean a huge amount though, as we know. Anyone can pull the climb out in qualifying positions, although it is important, worth keeping an eye on. Athletes do some pretty special things. Especially with the visually impaired categories, everything has to come together. Perfect communication between the sight guide and the athlete. And a little element of luck for sure. You've got to trust, you've got to hit the hold in the right place, but hours of practice to make sure that when you are holding on, when you are going for the footholds, that you can trust your own body, your own precision. And he is very confidently and quickly underway. Second Spanish athlete out on this route in a row. Good progress, trusting these holds. Smart, because things get a lot harder throughout this route. It does build. It starts pretty easy with some big holds. Feet to stand as well. Up through, back heel, slaps out towards the big red volume. Rotates around it and gets a heel in. And drops back down to that red ball to rest. Sits there for a moment. Nearing the end of the first section of this route, I think the sight guy will be telling him just to take a moment to rest here, because as you can see, feet start to run out, hands get smaller, pinches required. So left stretch out. As he goes again, gets the thumb in, twists the right leg underneath him to cross through, well read. This as well, I know, not necessarily intended to be seen. Get the sweet spot of these holds. This is the big move. Up to the right, gets it, and now he'll have another opportunity to rest here. Grabs his left arm.
Y luego en la última juntaremos, iremos otra vez a las 3. Perfecto, y tenemos un pie derecho a la derecha, bueno, posición en la receta pegada.
Shakes out, stands up. Look at that spotlight framing him, so dramatic.
Junta manos, derecha otra vez a las 3, a pasar el volumen, pasado, eso es. Ahora cambia pie, mano izquierda encima de la mano derecha recto.
Right crimp dug in as he reaches up again with the left hand. This pinch, sorry not pinch, this big volume, the wrap around.
Y ahí vamos recto a la sorte, con mano izquierda, a pinzar. ¿Vale? Luego hay un reposo que meterás el cogote ahí, ¿vale? Aquí, cambia pie derecho. Más abajo, ahí, abre izquierdo, muy alto, a la izquierda,
gets the feet
y mete el
adjusted,
cogote,
then kicks out left, and then he can literally sit on the wall. And route set and sight guide has found a good resting position, gets a bit of encouragement from the crowd. Why not? He's still. Let's settle down. Now it does look like you think, well, hang on a sec, he's got no hands on. Surely he gets everything back. No, it's awkward, those moves. A lot of core engaged. And of course, the hands still working away as you come back and forth. So not as restful as it might look. Certainly not sitting on a hold. Oh, but slips. Not sure what happened there. Reached solid. Had a foot moment, I think. Maybe it was just pumping out. It was difficult to tell. Raul goes down, and look, there's a little conversation between the two of them. Potentially a bit of a pop there. Let's see it again. So he had a knee pressed in. Reached up with the left, that all looked good, and then yeah, I think everything just stopped. I think he was pumped. He was in an odd position because the knee bar was good, but the right hand couldn't get it. Bump into the dish, and no, it was just a question of powering out, I think. Raul leaves. And then Fumiya, the world champion, Hamanik from Japan, is out.
He was on 5th position. Now he is here as the second best climber of qualification. Please welcome representing Japan, Fumiya Hamanoge.
So Fumiya is ready. So he feels the first couple of holds, knows where he's got to get going to. He will likely climb quickly through this half, slow things down when the cruxes come later on. Onto the yellow volumes. That's where he's got to get to. 1-2, way up on the wall. Working his feet up. Reaches up into the first of the dishes, and he's nearing the first resting point, which is coming up on that red blob above your head. 42 plus is the score to get a gold. Like some ask. Statically into the dish. Good work as he shakes out once more. But he's only about a third of the way through. I thought he would move a bit quicker on here, but this is the first real crux, and it doesn't take a huge amount of time to rest.
そしたらそのまま足が右足ある下それ OK そしたらそのまま近めにあるそれはいマッチできるそのまま反転十字近いよそれはいそのまま入って口方向回り込む感じでねはいそれ左それそしたらその下にもジブスキー6時がある足左側にもある下はいでそのまま足が、右側にしかね、あとはその高めに行くか。上、それ。そのまま12時おでこの上1個目の角。それ、ぐるっと回る。
Feels around for it. It's up there somewhere, but you've got to be super high on it.
それしかない。
Now with the right, gets it this time, wraps the right around it, and gets the heel in on the left. All important. Fumiya. Into the heel, into the crimp. Reaches round into the best rest, really. Apart from the sit, forget that. Not the rest. The sit is definitely a better rest if you can find it. But I don't know. Right foot drilled into that jib. Good precision from him. Shaking out halfway through now. Side guide. He's using the shouting. Yeah, I think he is. So just shouting up at the athlete. I'm never quite sure why you'd want that option more than the radio option. I need to find it out. Fumiya with a big drop knee, but he isn't on the hold yet. Now he is. So he can commit to the move. To stand up. Now he's on the jib. But watch that foot. It's not placed. Now it is placed. Now you can see the second he felt it, the second it engaged, he he immediately moved up and through.
近い価値もあるマッチもできるそれ足を打ってはいそのまま12時カバーはい三角持って出てくるよそれを右で持ちたいそれ左右 OK はい左カバーはいそのまま三角持って左ある富士それ自分付きはい
Hands
そ
in
の
the
ま
dishes.
んま右手の中上方向ね側手その
This really is certainly the first crux of the route. Left underclings all the way. Makes his way through them nicely though, doesn't want to touch that bolt hold, not because it's wrong, it's just because it's got no friction in it, so he cannot hold on to that. I'm sure someone one day will, but right now, no. It's the feet under, hands in the dishes, and he's looking for a foot here and struggling to get one. Now brings a high right foot up, left flagging as he reaches towards the crimp, but it's nasty. But he is in silver medal position. If he can make this move, he'll go up to gold. 42 plus, and he's on 42. Well, there could be the plus. And I think he is going to move into the gold medal position. Right, so how high can he go? Reaches around, bump, bump, locks it off and matches. He's surely got to be pumped by now. But up to the right hand and then finds the jib. Oh, this is so tricky. Now he's got the bigger hold, but it's probably not the best one for doing this move. But he's made it work, and now needs to match. Sits on the green volume once again. How crazy is that going to feel? The sound you hear is the Japanese sight guide shouting. I was looking down the commentary wall wondering who was shouting. It was of course the sight guide. And he falls on the last section of head wall. But way out in front is Fumiya now on 49. With only one man to go on the B2 category, Richard Slocott. Can Fumiya be beaten here tonight, or is that the gold medal run? It's going to be a tense end to this final. And a massive reaction finally. Right, well the one man who can take it from him is this man. Richard Slocott from Great Britain comes on. Good comp in Salt Lake, a slight bit of misreading of the route meant he fell before he would have liked to. But he does have some potential here to win this competition, so don't go anywhere. Can he challenge Fumiya for the gold? Silver medalist in Moscow for the World Champs. Has real potential for a medal here. Right, he is psyching himself up on stage. Taking as long as he needs to get ready. Alright, he's communicating with the sight guide and they are underway. Easily through the bottom half of the route, as you'd expect. Smooth, confident climbing as he goes towards the first of the rests. Into the left pinch, now has to start the moves out towards the left. Brings the left leg under in a flag, similar to what we've seen before. Good straight arm resting from Richard as he shakes out above the crowd. Bit of encouragement now as he goes towards the first wraparound hold, that big left. Gets the heel in. Up with the right hand, slow and steady, wants to make sure of all the feet. See, that's a good angle to show how bad the jib is that you have to trust with the right foot and then match it. Out onto the crimp. Tense stuff as Richard goes ever upwards, but that top position is still a long way away. He's on 31, needs 49 plus. Some tricky moves to come here. Gets big wrap once again. Needs to start trusting some slopey feet here. To left punch. Gets the left foot on a good jib, shaking out all the time, trying to get something back. Left underneath, left out. And he'll rest before committing to the undercling. Straight into it from Richard. Now super high left foot. And he did drop it down. It would have made the next move massive and really difficult, and it still might do if he goes for this. Because you've got to be bumping way above your head. Surely not possible. Misses the slap to the right. So Richard takes the bronze medal, but it's not going to be gold. So, bronze medalist for Richard. Last tricky move, tried to commit to the left foot, dropped it down, wasn't feeling comfortable. One more category to go. Men's B1. So Razavan Nerdu, Francisco Aguero, and then Sho Aita, who in Sho is a bit of a legend in this world. I've seen him win so many medals, so certainly the favourite, but we will see as we come in to the final round, as that's confirmation of who's won the previous.
The first one is the bronze medalist of Salt Lake City. He's also ranked in position number 3 after the qualifying.
And that is our final three men who will climb again this evening for a para competition. So that's the three. We know it's the same route as before. So we know the kind of thing that's awaiting them. Razavan Nerdu will be up next. Men's B1.
IFSC Paraclimbing World Cup 2023. Representing
Romania, he will be up and at it for this comp. Checking they can hear each other. way. The music will drop.
All the best.
Razavan wraps his fingers around the crib. Shoulders engaged here as he drops towards the right. Goes up to a hole that isn't there, but now finds the right one on the right hand side. Changes the feet, pressing with the toes. Carefully up with the hands onto the slope. Matches now. Onto the dish, and that's the first resting point and a moment for him to breathe a little bit at the beginning of this route. Take his time through here. So that pocket there. He's going to go with the left hand. That's going to make the next move more tricky. Now he finds the jib. He's got to make a decision. So right, left, or left cross through. Going with the cross through, I think, over the top. Good work from him. He can lock that off a bit more positive and reach out for like a pinch. Slides his left foot down the wall onto the red volume. Locks down that left hand, just the right, and now this tricky red foothold around the corner. Use that, let's just upgrade the feet. Into the pinch. Does ignore it, and then it reaches up with the left hand, just, but this is really risky stuff. It's pure friction holding him onto the wall. Changes it now, that's better. Now he's got it as a handhold. And we'll wrap again. He's out with the left hand. This is so far above his head, this move. Reaches up into the second of the big wraps. He can almost sit on his hold, and he's kind of trying to. Arms nice and straight to be able to rest. Rotates the body through. It is a good hold. The thing is, obviously, being visually impaired, you don't know when it runs out. But he's found the good bit of the next crimpy pinch thing that he's really just closed hand crimping. Towards the bolt hold again. It's so risky with these bolt holds on the wall. Nothing you can do about it. You must feel for a second hold. You think, oh my goodness, so crosses through with the left hand now and creeps out towards the big volume. Matches it with two hands. I'm looking at the stop. Slowly brings the left foot pressing up. It's our first Catholic competitor in men's B1. Strong stuff so far as he nears the second big resting point, where we've seen a few people kind of sitting on this next hold, pressing their body in, shoving the hips in sideways. He's trying to find. He's gone down to the crimp on the right hand side. Pauses in the middle of the wall. He's either pumped or he just needs a resting position, or he's getting some information. Because look at the size of that foothold on the left. It's dual text as well, I think. Really not a lovely hold to hang around on for a long time. This is the resting position. He sits on it high above the crowd. More of a wrap though with the right leg, but it will do something to take some pressure off the arms.
Ai piciorul în stânga pe volume. Oricine și cu pica. Ai că ești super bine. Bun, ai stânga, mai sus, mai sus, mai sus, mai sus, acolo, mai jos, călcâi. Bun, te duci sus la 12 cu dreapta, 12, mai sus, perfect. Ridici piciorul drept, strângea pământul, că se schimb picioarele, se scoți pământul. Bun, toate stângii stânga, ok, mai stânga, mai jos, bun, și te duci în stânga. Aproape.
18 seconds. Well, that shows how little time he has got. He's power screaming up there on the wall. He's going to get timed out before he can reach a top for sure, but needs to get as high as possible to put some distance in. Halfway, power screaming as he finds a left toe and falls finally. 39 is a good score, and he is happy with that.
Once more, ladies and gentlemen, give a hand to Rasmanu, Romania.
Awesome from him, so that's a good setting point. That was the move he dropped coming into the underclings. Francisco Javier Aguila is out next from Spain.
And the bronze medal in Innsbruck 2021. He won the Paraclimbing World Cup 22 in Salt Lake City. Representing Spain, the second last finalist of tonight's Paraclimbing World Cup, Francisco Javier Aguila.
Francisco acknowledges the audience, turns, gives them a wave.
Once more, we listen to the sound of silence.
Silence requested by the MC. He's just to try to get this audience to be quiet. I tell you, they really want to get behind the athletes. It's like the natural thing to do. You have to hold it in, knowing it's good for the athletes. He's underway. Out with the right foot, will work his way across this wall, zigzags from right to left to back again, and slinks up the wall really, but he's got a long way to go to get to Razovan's high point. Climbing a bit quicker. Just though, nearly had a moment with the fingers wrapped in. Creeps up. Oh, hit almost everything apart from the hold there, and again more towards the bolt guard than the hold, but then gets it with the left hand. So secures that left in. Now just needs to figure out the sequence. Cross with the right. Does, drops into the dish.
Y vamos a ir otra vez a las 9. Mano izquierda a las 9. Vale, déjate sitio, punta manos. Y otra vez de hondo a las 9. Vale, perfecto. Punta manos, cambia pie.
Out of the shoulder moves and then matches the side.
Eso, vale, pie derecho debajo de la mano derecha. Ahí, un poquito más arriba. Más derecha, derecha. Ahí, vale, recto a las 12, alto, lejos, abrazar. Recto alto a las 12, vale.
His teeth comes up towards the slope, went a bit too high and it eventually dropped down into the sweet part of the hold. Out with the left hand. Now needs to commit a big move. Stays for a second. Trying to find the correct position. Might try to get a leg up where his hand is. He does. Look at this. Big right heel hook locked in. And now he can reach up to the rat. Smart thinking.
Vale, mano izquierda a las 3. Cerquita, a 2 palos. Más cerquita. Ahí la que has tocado un poco arriba. Vale, déjate sitio para juntar por encima. Y ahora vamos hacia las 3 otra vez. Vale. 3, más cerca. Ahí, vuelve a apuntar, cambia pie, abre derecha.
See them there on the volume.
Más, arrastra, abajo, talón.
Some dual text thrown in there
vale,
as well, just to really make things difficult. That right foot, a lot of people
vale, derecha a las 3, otra vez. Igual, más arriba, la siguiente volumen. Eso es. Vale, cambia pie izquierdo, recto a las 2, mano izquierda, recto. Un poco más derecha. Eso es. Pie derecho. Por izquierdo, sube izquierdo. Más centrado. Ahí, vale, y pie derecho en la cadera. Bicicleta, no más, vale, recto a las 2, eso es, abraza.
Slaps up to the second big wrap again. This could be a position to sit. He's nearing Rezovan's high point now. He also holds to go before he jumps over him into the lead, but it comes down to time and pump, and he's doing better on time. Getting support as he finds that resting position. Everyone in the crowd just choosing that moment to give a bit of a cheer out. So beautiful with that spotlight right in the middle of the wall. The ball lit up in blue. It's just as quiet as this. Paraclimbing competition. He's onto the bolt hold, can't find it, and he's nearing Rezovan's high point. Couple more holds and he will jump him into the gold medal spot. So left foot on the wall, drills it in this time, crosses through. Into the dish with the right hand, and he has now moved, at least, into the first position. Finds a good high knee bar in order to take another rest up there. I'm sorry I can't tell you what the clock is doing, I can't see it myself. He now starts to tick towards the point. In fact, I can see a judge approaching on the right. Tries to search around for the crimp, gets the crimp. The foot is elusive. He's just standing, I think, on the grey volume. To see when he moves the foot, to see what he's got. 22 seconds, thank you. So that's what we're doing for the clock. So he hasn't got long now, but he's a long way ahead. He just wants to put as much distance between himself and Shoaita as possible, because guaranteed Sho will have some endurance here. And he falls at the top, but way into the gold medal position at the moment. One athlete to go. Shoaita can still change things up on the scoreboard. Stage, potentially in gold medal position.
And now Francisco Javier all taking the lead ahead of Razvan Edu.
So he's up into the lead position. Only Shoaita can stand in his way now. And he's entered and tied on, and this man has got some mad endurance skills.
Innsbruck, the World Championships, the World Championships in Paris, Masters, and he's a triple World Champion if he sum it up. It's the golden guy. Ladies and gentlemen,
Shoaita gets underway. Left hand on the wall. Music has got to dip pretty quickly. There he goes. Thank you very much. And now we begin this journey that we know so well. It's been imprinted into my brain, I think, every move, every handhold.
Match
is creeping towards the wrong hole. Gets it now. How quickly you can find it. Bring it up underneath you, just trust the inside guard. Directing you exactly to where it is. Upgrade the right foot and into the first of the rest. We'll shake out and take a second here.
で次11時の9時下右上それでもっとさらに10時方向左その長いやつとで10時方向また下はい
high on the foot now finds
もっと左
reach over once again dancing his hand around trying to find the sweet spot of this
で次10時方向向こう側反対の向こう側もっと上足はもっと左下にもっと下
both hands on, wraps it around on the left, over towards the pinch.
足はもっと下の方にある右の足上げないとダメだもっと上それもっと下左
Struggling a little bit with this sequence.
それだけどそうはい
does commit to a huge right heel hook.
はい
It's one way to do
で
it.
次10時12時
Wraps his hands around and matches.
それ12時
And then matches heel to
もっと
hand.
上の方にあるもっとそうはいで次1時
Good work from
1
him.
時
Now
3
sits
時
down on the heel. He'll milk this rest.
足いっぱい出てくる右にその辺もっと右それ触れるOK
Reaches up into the pinches.
でその間にあるからねもう一個
Finding
左
good
そ
control
れ
and style here.
足右の方に高いところにあるもっと上もっと右右それもっと右3時の方向もっと右マッチして右
High foot. Good flexible position.
それもある
Yeah, to rock up on that would have been a
もっ
real
と
big
右
task.
下それ
Out towards the right foot. Now brings it through to the dual tax, but he's struggling a bit with this next move. Needs to bring the left foot up. Does the match.
それ
Very bright on the light. Someone's flicked a switch somewhere because the wall is lit up.
はいもっと下それ
Stadium lit up, in fact.
で次1時大きいよ次それ
Reaches
もっ
up
と
to
内
wrap
側
his
にあ
hand
る
around.
左それもそう OK で次11時もしくは12時カツとピンチ左上もうちょい
Can't find.
それ
Oh, now gets the left hand wrapped in.
その下はいで膝元に足がある
Creeping towards
そう
the silver medal.
次左
Wraps his hand all the way around to
So
rest.
it's
He's looking for this uber high
So.
foot. Kind of needs to
It's
press
a
himself up a little
It's a
higher. He does
It's a
like that, but that's
So.
no text there. But then he finds the side
上にある左そうはい
and wraps in. And from here, yeah, big shake out of the
そう
left
その
hand.
先端にある
Up.
それそう
Drops the
で
left
上
foot down.
12時方向どっちでも左それ
Up towards the undercling.
Yeah,左
It was so very wrong in the second hit.
もうだいぶその
Approaching
最
the
大傾
silver
斜
medal. 4 more holds to go.
それ下それそうそれもそう左にも足で出てくる左もっと外側にあそうそれはいそこにもある12時左下それそうそれそのまま12時それ足後ろお尻の方に出てくるそうそれ下それ左それ OK そう次12時あと1分だよ頑張れあと10手ぐらいもっと上それ
52 seconds on the clock, so he's got some time left in. He's in silver medal. He needs to get to 50 plus, and he's got about a minute to do it. So he's going to have to climb fast, but not rush it too much.
右1時方向で12時それそうそこもっと上もっと右そう12時それで11時10時そっちの方頑張れ左そうそれ上それ双子になってるよすぐそうで12時上もっと上
Nearing the gold medal position. A couple more moves. And in fact, a couple more moves, he's going to be towards the top. The time must be close now. Left foot finally hits that bottom crib, stands up, wrapping himself underneath. Are we about to see a top? Drops down to the crib, one move away, stretches to the right. This needs to match, and he does, and he takes gold and tops out. Strong performance from the man who never seems to lose. Unreal stuff from him. Concise, solid throughout that run, and he walks away with yet another very well deserved gold medal. Great performance from Shoaib. True legend. So many of these competitions. And he's won again here in Innsbruck. Absolute quality from him. Take victory, and he will enjoy every single second of it. What a World Cup this has been, eh? And I've enjoyed every second of it as well. I hope you have, watching at home. You watch a replay of show once more. Reached up with the left hand. That was the final top. Rope nearly getting in the way, but not quite. And he throws the eye covering down. Awesome to see from him. Well, that was a pretty special paraclimbing competition. The podiums will follow, but I'm not going to talk all the way through that. We'll let the MC do some of that. So please do give big support to all of the athletes. The athletes get ready. Right, I will say goodbye and we'll be back tomorrow for the broadcast for the men, for the boulder semi-final for the women, 7:30 till 9:45 tomorrow evening, qualifying during the day. It's going to be an exciting round, so I hope you can join me. Enjoy the rest of the show, all the podium places, and I will return to the broadcast very soon for a full week of IFSC climbing. I hope you enjoyed. Good night, everyone.
Sektion Amas Goldholz, der Doppelweltmeister. In wenigen Minuten, meine Damen und Herren, die Siegerehrung, Paraclimbing, Belohnungszeremonie. des Podiums entgegengerichtet. Viele Blumen werden eingetragen, viele Medaillen gibt es hier natürlich zu vergeben. Und in wenigen Augenblicken die Awarding-Ceremony hier. Von Überall bespannen wir auch wortlos. Also nicht nur das läuft schon an die Hand, dann wird hier Angelina Zeller, Dr. Weltmeister, der eindrucksvoll an mir dort geholt hat. Und in Kürze, meine Damen und Herren, hier die Siegerehrung. Alle 17 Kategorien. Wird das schon durchlaufen? Auch bei den Hühnern. Da werden wir ausgegeben, das was es 17 Kategorien sind, die Hühner entsprechend etwas leicht einkürzen. Für alle, die Fans der großen Hühner sind, sparen können, die einkürzen, oder alle, die finden. Und die Kürze hier, die Siegerung. Im Ablauf wäre so, dass wir wirklich die Platzierung im Preis für 1 herauf und die ausrufen und Sicherheitsplatz bieten, damit wir auch gleich die nächste Kategorie hier sehen können. Kurz also die Siegerung, und das sieht man schon jetzt, morgen Beginn der Podium-Konkurrention. Wir sind die letzte Podium-Entscheidung in diesem Gesamtwettkampf. Die startet morgen um 9 Uhr. Und das Halbfinale der Damen ab 19:30 Uhr morgen hier im Kletterzentrum Innsbruck. Hast du noch Worte zu beschreiben, was du zu dem auch mitverfolgt und gesehen hast, oder sind die heute schon alle aus? Nein, die Leistungen von den Arbeitsteilern, das Niveau ist extrem, die Dichte war größer. Und ja, wie Frauenspiel ist das auch der Athleten so freuen. Manchmal ist es so, dass ich hätte mehr Freude an die unberühmten Youngsters. Wir haben es gesehen bei den Amerikanern, am ersten Start, der hat sich vorhin gemacht, so gefreut. Die anderen freuen sich nicht, dass sie gewinnen. Auch die Österreicher. Wenn der Athleten freut mich, dass er eine Achtersicherung gemacht hat. Das freut uns natürlich. Das sind wir uns ja auch am Start. Ein Besser, lohnt sich sehr dabei zu sein, diese Weltklasse letzte Video zu sehen. Danke beginnt hier die Sieger. Kommen wir auf Ladies and gentlemen, the voting ceremonies, we are starting on this to join us at the call zone, so we have to leave all these channels in the call zone. If you want to get your right, please be there right now. And to all the teams and coaches, thanks for your support, making that event possible. Paraclimbing at its best. We enjoyed these finals very much. So thank you. Hauptturmation abgeschlossen. Meine Herren, spricht der 37 Fremdsprachen fließend, nur manchmal in Deutsch. Nein, ist natürlich nicht wahr. Fremdsprachen sind oder Dialekte. In Kürze hier die offizielle Siegerehrung in Englisch gehalten. And ladies and gentlemen, that's the official sign, thumbs up, so we can start. Once more, to all of you, great to have you here. It's the IFSC Paraclimbing World Cup 2023, and we start the awarding ceremonies right now. And we start with category RB1 women. May I ask on stage Fabrizio Mino, the IFSC technical delegate, and Ines Steller from the Austrian climbing, our vice president. And may I ask the top three on the podium, bronze medal, Eva Netherlands. Silver medal to Melissa Ruiz, United States of America. And gold medal, Pavitra van den Hoven, Belgium. The medals are handed over by Fabrizio Mino, the IFSC technical delegate, and Ines Steller from the Austrian Climbing Federation, our vice president. Congratulations to Eva, Melissa, and Pavitra. And in honor to the winner, Pavitra van den Hoven, we will hear some seconds of the national anthem of Belgium. Congratulations to Pavitra van den Hoven, Melissa Ruiz, and Eva Moll. RB1 winner. The next category is RB1 men. May I ask on stage Sebastian Detke, Germany, Dakuya Okada, Japan, and Ali Botli, France. We are the finalists. Bronze medal, Germany, Sebastian Detke. On second, Dakuya Okada, Japan. And with his win, representing France, gold medal, Alice Portier. He's never overheading the medals, the flowers from Fabrizio Mino to the three outstanding athletes. And ladies and gentlemen, in honor to the winner, some pieces of style of the national anthem of France. Congratulations, Finalist Podium, Moment, sodass der Decke heute Einsatz nicht nur Bewerb, nicht nur Podest, sondern auch als weitere Partnerspiel. Das sind die Top 3 der Männer LP1. Gratulation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the next one is the awarding ceremony for women RP2. A big thanks to Fabrizio Minima and Ines Ferrer to stay on stage and to welcome the athletes. We ask on stage Salami, Yasmin Plank and Dina Eilig. Switzerland, Sarah Longhi. Second place, representing Austria, Yasmin Blank. And on the top of the podium, Dormana first place, representing Norway, Dina Eilig. Numbers are handed over by the IFSC back for tailgates, Fabrizio Minima, and the flowers by the Vice President of the Austrian Climbing Federation, Ingrid. And in honor to the winner, ladies and gentlemen, listen to the national anthem of Norway. Congratulations to Eilig, Yasmin Blank and Sarah Longhi. One picture together. And after women's RP2, there is the awarding ceremony of men RP2. We call on stage Brian Butter, Benjamin Mayford, and Ivan Munoz Escobar. We ask the guys to step on stage. What a great competition. Ladies and gentlemen, bronze medal in third place to Brian Butler from the United States of America. Second place, Benjamin Mayford, USA. And on the top of it, the new gold medalist representing Spain, Ivan Munoz Escobar. Hermanos Escalar, the Spanish anthem. Congratulations, Ivan, Benjamin, and Brayden! Men RB2. Thanks for all, guys. We'll keep on celebrating this moment after the wedding ceremony is done. Oh yeah, nice picture. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the new class awarding ceremony for women RP3. Let's go on stage. Marta Evans, Christiane Lukusen, and Marina Diaz. Ladies and gentlemen, on third place, representing Great Britain, Marta Evans. On second place, silver medalist, Christiane Lukusen, Netherlands. And finally, Brazil, gold medal and first place, Marina Diaz. Congratulations, Robert James, and ladies and gentlemen, honor to the winner, Marina Diaz, the national anthem of Brazil. Congratulations, Marina Diaz, Christiane Lukusen, and Marta Evans. Women RP3. And now, ladies and gentlemen, men RP3 at the IFSC Paraclimbing World Cup. Please welcome on stage Matthias Berci, Bastian Thomas, and Jamie Bondrick. That was a big final tonight. What a fight! And congratulations to the bronze medal in third place, Matthias Berci, Switzerland. On second, silver medalist, Bastian Thomas. And on the top of it, the gold medalist in first place in the next one from the Netherlands, Jamie Bondrick. Now let's applause by Ian Schneider, the Vice President of Austrian Climbing, and the flowers in that case out from the hands of the Greeks of Nemo, the IFSC, and IFSC back in the time. and gentlemen, in honor to the winner, the short version of the national anthem of the Netherlands. Podium World Cup awarding ceremony is Women AU2. Please welcome the medalists, Impaired, Lucia Capoeira, and Zoran Pire. Third place and bronze medal representing the United States of America, Impaired. On second, Finalist, Lucia Capoeira. And she did it again, representing France, gold medal, Zoran Pire. The flowers from Minister to Maureen, Lucia, and Sonia. And in honor of the winner, we will hear the short version of the national anthem of France. Congratulations, Zoran, Lucia, and Marie. Taking that picture for the books. Ladies first, followed by men AU2. Please welcome on stage Isaac Rubin, Kevin Parker, and Brian Simpson. The bronze medal at AU2 representing Norway, Isaac Rubin. Second place in silver medalist in Innsbruck, representing Germany, Kevin Parker. And the winner, gold medalist, first place, representing the United States of America, Brian Sesleya. Vice President Austrian, and the flowers from Fabrizio Mino, the IFSC Technical Talent. piece of sound of the national anthem of the United States of America. Spain, Saucedo, Kevin Parker and Isaac Blackburn. What's next, ladies and gentlemen? Rewarding ceremony, Women AU3. Let's call out the medalists. Emily McDermott, Magda Sandrika and Rosalind Shepherd. Third place and bronze medal goes to Canada, Emily McDermott. Second place in silver medal representing Slovenia, Matjas Mreka. And the gold medal representing Germany, Rosalie Schabert. The medals by the IFSC event delegate Fabrizio Minimo. And the flowers from the Vice President of Austrian Economy in Israel to Emily, Matcha and Rosie. And honorary souvenir, a short version of the national anthem of Germany. Congratulations, Rosalie, Matcha, Emily. Thanks to the ladies. After the wedding ceremony, Women AU3, we will proceed with Men AU3. We call on stage Maxim Mayer, Mel Michaels up here, and Dominic Dyson. Now we call the guys out on stage. AU3. And bronze medal representing France, Maxim Mayer. Second place in silver medal, Michael Sabir, Israel. Ladies and gentlemen, only 1 hour 20 minutes to celebrate his birthday, but each to celebrate that moment. Congratulations to the very first place in gold medal, representing Switzerland, Dominic Dyson. And Thursday, gold winner Dominic Geisler. The medals brought by Austrian, and the flowers by the IFSC event delegate Fabrizio Minimal. Let's listen a very short version of the national anthem of Switzerland. Congratulations and happy birthday to Dominic Geisler. It's a must. Thanks and all the best to these medalists. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the IFSC Paraclimbing World Cup Award ceremony for men 8L1 with our medalists Daniel Zislo, Marcus Beisendorfer, and Angelino Zilla. This medal was breathtaking. Congratulations to all three. And congratulations to the bronze medalists representing the United States of America, Mr. Daniel Zislo. Second place in the silver medal representing Österreich, Marcus Beisendorfer. What a climb by this guy. First place and gold medal representing Austria, Angelino Zilla. Medals by Fabrizio Minimal, IFSC event delegates. And English your handouts, your flowers, that are freshly watered for sure. Our vice president of the Austrian Climbing Federation. And now, in honor to the winner, a very short version of the Austrian National Anthem. Congratulations, Angelino Zilla, Marcus Beisendorfer, and Zislo. Ceremony, ladies and gentlemen, of the IFSC Paraclimbing World Cup 2023 to Innsbruck. Women 8L2, we call on stage Joanna Newton, Sarah Leclerc, and Lucy Sherich. Third place and bronze medal representing Great Britain, Joanna Newton. Second place to silver medalist from Australia, Sarah Woodcroft. And first place and another gold medal for this woman, representing France, Lucy Shays. For Becky Skinner and the flowers by Fabrizio Nina. A short version of the national anthem of France. Congratulations once more, Lucy Shays, Sarah Club, and Joel Please come on stage, Albert Gambia, Julien Gasque, and Thierry Delou. Ladies and gentlemen, at Men AL2 at the IFSC Paraclimbing World Cup to Innsbruck, congratulations to the bronze medal representing Spain, to Albert Gambia. Second place in silver medalist from France, Julien Gasque. And first place in gold medal representing France, Thierry Delou. Honor to the winner. Let's listen to the national anthem of France. Congratulations, Thierry Delou, Julien Gasque, and Albert Gambia. That's what we call power. The powerhouses of the IFSC Paraclimbing World Cup. Awarding ceremonies to go to celebrate. Formally, we come on stage, Man B1, Rasman Medu, Francisco Javier Amuelo, and Shai B1 Man. continue climbing, guys. Third place and bronze medal. Representing Romania, Lasman Nadu. Second place and silver medalist representing Spain, Francisco Javier Aguilar Amaya. And he's gone. And finally, first place and gold medal representing Japan. He did it again. Congratulations and hands off to Sho Aita. Medals are brought by the Vice President of the Austrian Climbing Federation, and later the flowers out of the hands of the IFSC event delegate Fabrizio Mini. In order to win it, let's listen to a short version of the national anthem of Japan. Shorta, Francisco, Arasa. Incredible performances. Another gold medal for the dog in that place. Thank you, guys. And we proceed with the awarding ceremony. Man B2. We call stage Richard Lockup, Raul Silfranco, and Fulia Hammaloi. On third place, the bronze medal goes to Great Britain, Richard Slocum. Silver medal on second place, representing Spain, Raul Silfranco. And the winner on first place, and gold medalist representing Japan, Fulia Hammaloi. Medals are brought by the IFSC event delegate Fabrizio Mini. 17 seconds later, the flowers by the Austrian Climbing Vice President English. the national anthem of Japan. Forwards to Formula Live Action. You did a great job, guys. Time for picture. Divided in the half of it. Congrats and see you later. Ladies and gentlemen, two more awarding ceremonies coming up soon and now. The second last awarding ceremony for the IFSC Paraclimbing World Cup this night will be the morning ceremony of women P3. Bring out the medalists, Crux, and Abigail Robinson. Third place, bronze medal women P3, representing Romania, Crux. Second place, silver medal, representing Austria, and finally, first place, a gold medal, representing Great Britain, Abigail Robinson. The medals handed over by Michelle. The flowers 17 seconds later by Fabrizio Miriam. In honor to the winner, the national anthem of Great Britain. Congratulations, Abigail Robinson, thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the final call for the last awarding ceremony for tonight at the IFSC Paraclimbing World Cup in Innsbruck. Man P3, we ask on stage Roland Palais, Daniel Dede, Wasika Andrei, and Dustin Florin Kakuri. Representing Switzerland, Roland Palais. Second place, silver medalist representing Romania, Daniel Bebe Vasita and another one for Romania. Congratulations, first place winner and gold medalist, Costin Florin Cantoi. It's a million of flowers by Instead Corporation of IFSC and Austrian. In honor to the winner, let's listen to the short version of the national anthem of Romania. Congratulations, Cosmin Florin, and what? With this one. Oh yeah, thank you guys making that possible. That Festival of Climbing at the IFSC Paraclimbing World Cup. This awarding ceremony concludes today's extra long day of climbing.